What is up, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs? It's good to see you. Welcome back to another episode of Large Data Bank. Man, I love this pump-up music so much. Always gets me excited. Every time we start the stream, man, just so good. Getting on the horse and riding, right? That's what we're doing. What's everybody up to? It was, beautiful day yesterday here in New York City. Today, gonna admit, cold and blustery. Windy, chilly, feels like a backslide a little bit, not gonna lie. It was feeling pretty springy there for a minute. Okay, let's be honest, it was a little bit too early for spring, so maybe it's a good thing that we're backsliding. But that's just how I feel, It's just how I feel. A little bit chilly, a little bit cold, a little bit like, man, when is it gonna get warm? When are those buds gonna start budding out? Those crocuses starting to croak? What does a crocus do? A crocus does not croak. I think it sprouts. But it seems like it should be croaking, right? Crocuses croak, sprouts sprout. But yeah, anyway, what did I do? I woke up this morning, I hopped on my scooter, and I went to Park Slope. Climbed up a hill. Didn't have to spend any effort on it, though, because I'm on a motor vehicle, baby. That's right. And I had lunch with a friend. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm stuffed. That's one thing, to be perfectly honest. I ate a lot of food. Last couple days, I've been taking it easy on the food, I've been eating maybe not the best way. I feel like I haven't been nailing lunch, right? Been like doing okay breakfast, haven't been nailing lunch. Then I have a great dinner, but then I'm kind of like, crap, I didn't eat properly today, and I feel a little bit hungry. So today I switched it, and I had a massive lunch. We're talking about pita bread with baba ganoush, all right? We're talking about a hot coffee with milk. We're talking about a bowl with rice, tzatziki sauce, hummus, shawarma, vegetable things, and a piece of halloumi to top it all off. We're talking about the Middle Eastern stuff, you know what I mean? Anyway, I ate it all up, and I became extremely stuffed, and I'm still stuffed now, but I'm not gonna lie, it feels pretty good. I like to be stuffed sometimes. It's nice to be full. We all like food. And it's an important part of living, I would say. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Crows, 4K, caught in 4K crows, anti-super, Lisa, null bitmap, the troll. I don't know if you guys are following null bitmap on Twitter, but this guy's just a massive troll. She's trying to get me canceled because of a fake conspiracy by Big Cod. It's pretty nasty stuff. You guys should follow him on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter too while you're at it. We're beefing hard right now. I don't know. Do you guys know Eminem? You know Eminem. Do you know Machine Gun Kelly? You probably know Machine Gun Kelly. Do you know about the rap battle between Eminem and Machine Gun Kelly? We're talking about Rap Devil, and then the fire back with the kill shot. You know what I mean? Eminem kill shot. That was a good track, man. I just listened to that this morning. I was like, geez Louise, this guy got destroyed. Anyway, that's what I'm going to do to Justin over here on the Twitter. He's just going to get kill-shotted. His whole career is going to be ruined. There's really nothing like diss tracks, is what I'm thinking. Crows, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Enjoy those emotes. And enjoy your high status in the Discord. People are going to be looking at you like, wow, this guy's a large data banker. Winter eating, exactly. Shawarma and halloumi. Yeah. It's good stuff, honestly. What did the cheese say to itself in the mirror? Hello me. Yeah, I could use an entourage, honestly. Yeah, Safe, you can join the entourage. You can do like hype up noises in the background. Like a little skrr skrr kind of thing. And we can together take down our haters for crimes against, crimes of creating false conspiracy. Thought crimes, really. So, watch out for the thought crimes, guys. So, what is up with everybody else, though? As a question, anybody up to good stuff this time around? Any projects? Safe, what's happening with you? I hear that there's a big conference going on right now. So this one guy, let's see, who is this guy? Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you something interesting in a second, I hope. So the ex-CTO of Cloudera, Amr Awadallah, this guy claims there is Saudi Arabia is transforming at ludicrous speed. This week, I spoke at Leap and Innovate 2022, which absolutely rivals, if not exceeds, GitX and other similar tech conferences in the UX. More than 100,000 people attended. That's a big tech conference. I hope they're doing some good stuff over there. It seems like really intense. Like, I mean, look at this video though. Look at this video, dude. Look at this video. We're talking about like, this is like next level shit, is what I'm trying to say. And one day maybe we can all go to cool conferences as well as this guy. We'll have to see about that. But I don't know. I thought that was kind of exciting. It was for free and just big PR. Seems like some pretty good PR, honestly. Seems like, I mean, I'm getting hyped about it and I haven't ever even heard of it. So, database books. I do have a couple of standard recommendations, which you may have heard of if you're already a database enthusiast. You might have heard of all of these things, but check them out. You got Designing Data Intensive Applications as a classic. You got The Real Database. I think that there's an actual name to that book. And I got some other stuff in there. Those are my recommendations. I feel like it's probably due for a refresh. I bet there's been some good database books that have come out recently, but I gotta refresh that stuff. Yeah. So I don't know. That's the shtick, huh? That is the shtick. My project this week was educating Roachers about Brian Fox, creator of Bash and Readline. That is cool. There's DB internals, but it's mostly NoSQL. Yeah. That database thing, I think, is the same thing as DB internals. DB internals. Yeah. So two plans for today, everybody. 2 plans. We're continuing our project from last time a bit. Maybe. I've got an idea for it. Little idea. We're talking about that cost fuzzer. Here's what I really want to do with the cost fuzzer. The cost fuzzer is cool because it's random. But what I really want is a way to iterate all plans for a query. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, here's a query, give me every possible plan for the query. I feel like that's not a thing that we can do right now because of details about how the optimizer sort of works. And sometimes when I dive into these ambitious optimizer projects, I actually get nowhere because like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I might look into that a little bit because I think it could be kind of cool. And why would I care about that? It's because ideally you could generate a random query and then make sure that all the plans execute giving back the same result. Right? It seems simple. I think it's worthwhile. I think the randomization stuff is good too, but like sometimes there's always a balance between randomization and exhaustivity. You want to be a little bit random and a little bit exhaustive. And I don't know. I think there's a lot of research there and I don't really know it, but it's just my thoughts, my shower thoughts about randomized testing. So that's one thing. And then I finally got somebody to look again at the old cursor PR that we've been working on for a while. And so I'm hoping that maybe we can get some responses into that PR and just like get it out of the system. We're talking about finishing old projects, moving forward, right? It's always feeling so good when you get to wipe the slate clean, finish something that you've been doing for a long time. It's just been sitting there on the back burner, just like accumulating mental space. You know what I mean? Like one thing that I've learned as I've grown older is that the more stuff that you have in your mental space at any given time, the more stressed you're going to be, the more scattered you're going to be. Maybe this is why people like talking about meditation. I don't know. I don't really do that, but here's what I'm saying. If you've got something sitting back there collecting dust, you know it's there, you're a little stressed, a little anxious, just try to clear that baby out. Clear it out. So that's the plan today. All right? What do you guys think? That's what we're going to do. My hair's looking a little bit jank. I don't know what to say about it, but I put some hair oil on it. You know what, actually, sorry, last anecdote before I kick things off in the coding world. I was at a party the other day, and I was talking to my friend. Okay, let me actually show you this picture. Let me show you this picture. Because I think it's gonna help you understand what I'm talking about. It's gonna help you understand what the heck I'm talking about. One moment. So I'm talking with this guy. You see the picture? So I think you guys can probably recognize me. Then you got my associate. This is my associate, Sam. My associate, Sam, has gorgeous, luscious locks. Look at those. Are you kidding me with that? It's like me, but on steroids. You know, his hair is just looking godlike. And I'm asking him, Sam, what is your secret? And Sam literally says to me, you have to get keratin treatments on the hair. And that's how my hair looks so good. And I'm sitting here like mind blown. You've gone and gotten yourself keratin treatments. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm interested. I want my hair to look luscious, baby. All right, that's enough of that. But it's important for you guys to know. So, you know, got to keep you up to date on certain aspects of my life. So anyway, let's go ahead and get into it, shall we? So we're gonna start out with we're gonna get back to the old cursor thing, okay? You see this? Is we're talking about 5 weeks ago, we last checked out the SQL cursors branch, and that's a long time ago. We're gonna check out SQL cursors. We're probably gonna have to rebase it. We're gonna have to do all sorts of junk, but that's all right. Git fetch origin. We're gonna rebase it. We're gonna fix it all up, and we're gonna get moving. Oh yeah, another exciting announcement is that I got engaged. Very exciting. My girlfriend and I are now fiance and fiance. How about that? Isn't that fun? Isn't that cute? So far, most about the things are the same-ish. If you notice any differences, please, write to my feedback channel. My agent will handle any requests like that. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. We've been together for 6 years. And so it's about time, right? If you're together for 6 years and trending well, maybe it's time to put the ring on it. Know what I mean? So yeah, it's exciting news, right? It's exciting news. Thanks for bringing that up. That's sweet. That's sweet. I don't know. I wasn't sure what to say. Sometimes you want to say this stuff. Sometimes you don't want to say this stuff. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you our little picture. Our little picture we took. Isn't that cute? Isn't that a sweet picture? Snowy day. Take a walk to the park in the morning. It's all like, ooh, snow's coming down. Feeling good, feeling cozy. Walk to Prospect Park, hit that lake up, and you pop the question. You hit it up. I wouldn't say that Becca and I are particularly traditional types, but I've been telling people that it feels good to have a little bit of tradition, especially when it's it's kind of a fun tradition. To give somebody that proclamation, make it a little formal, get a little nervous maybe, even though it's not really a secret. I think there's some good things about it. Some tradition is, it's not always a bad thing to keep some tradition. The keratin treatment for the big day. Yeah, I would say that the big day, I'm not sure if this is gonna stay, you guys. Big days, we're looking like a year out, you know what I mean? We're doing 2023 kind of planning. I don't know if this is gonna stay though. I think I'm gonna go back to short hair Jordan style. At a certain point, I do think it looks a little bit cleaner, a little bit more, something. I'm enjoying this time though. You got to enjoy it while you've got it. But thanks for the congrats, guys. I appreciate that. So, anyway, it turns out that you can be engaged and also be a programmer too, I think. It's hard to say. It remains to be seen if this is actually possible to do both of the things at once. But you guys can give me a grade at the end of the stream. So let me let's see here. Hold on a sec. let's get things kind of reorganized here. We're gonna pull up this PR so you guys can know what the heck I'm even talking about, right? What am I even talking about? We're talking about this thing. We're talking about this thing. We're gonna make a commands edit project. Trying to get the old cursor's PR over the finish line.
By guessing.
Have I tried get work trees? I have tried get work trees. The thing with get work trees is that they don't work super well with Go, because Go doesn't have per directory caches. It has kind of more of a global cache, as far as I can tell. So you would sort of need your work tree to be the entire Go path, and that is a little bit, yeah, it's just a lot of data. You know, it's like gigabytes and gigabytes worth of files. So I haven't really messed around with that, but I do hear they're good for some use cases. The terminal is, it's actually Windows Terminal Preview. So this is a Windows machine, and I use the Windows Terminal Preview. It's a very good terminal, actually. Pretty pleased with it. So let's go ahead and rebase this baby. So Go modules, you know, I don't actually know, to be perfectly honest. I don't think, though, that, like, I think that the compiled stuff still lives in Go. There's like Go package or something, and then there's like a cache somewhere, maybe. I don't know. I don't really think it. I don't know. I really have no idea. It very well could be that my understanding is outdated, but I'm really not. I'm not so sure. How do I configure the terminal? I don't know. I used basically just default settings. I didn't do anything fancy with Windows Terminal. Okay, so I've got some conflicts. Looks like just one, though. Looks like something happened, which is that when we did this, close all cursors, they basically, okay, so here's how you read this diff guy. Who knows how to read a three-way diff? We're all experts at reading three-way diffs, right? Okay, so this is what it means. We applied a patch. That's what's at the bottom. This thing in the middle is what was there before we applied the patch. And the thing at the top is what was happening after they applied the patch to the middle. So this is like what it was before. This is what we made, and this is what they made. All right? That's not so bad. That's not so complicated. And I think like the three-way diff thing is actually quite usable if you know about how this works, right? The old thing is here, what they did is here, and what I did is here. And so as you can see, what they did is they changed EV to be ev.eventType, and I changed all this crap. So all I have to do is make it so that it's ev.eventType, and that will be merging conflicts together in a nice way, resolving those conflicts. All right, so we're gonna get rebase continue. We've got some more conflicts to deal with, so that's cool. Looks like a bunch of conflicts in some test files. So maybe we can rewrite some of these using our magic test rewriter machine, but we'll see. So this first one is the pgcatalog.go file. And what happened here was that somebody, basically they might have like reordered this. They put this somewhere else basically. And we actually implemented it. So I think what we do is we leave theirs. We leave theirs somehow. So I think what we do is we kind of go like this, close theirs out, delete what used to be here, and then grab this implementation that we added and stick it down where they moved the other one to. They probably reordered it or something like that. And that should be that. So any other conflict markers? No. So the git add, yeah. This is the bit, people love this trick. This is like probably my top trick that people love to pick up from the channel, which is a magical program called git number, which is honestly just a godlike program which you should all be installing. And what it does, it's just a script, it's a little wrapper around git that makes it so that anytime you do git status or anything that lists out the files, it prints out a number. And then anytime you do something like git add or git diff or git edit, or git edit is something I added, but you know, any of the per file commands, get reset, get checkout. If it sees a number, it replaces the number by the file. And so that way you don't have to type long file paths anymore, which is huge. And you can also give file ranges. So I can do, I can also do get ls, 4 through 6, and it'll give me all of the files between 4 and 6, or get ls 1 through 13. It'll give me all of these files that I've got in my git status. So this is a great trick. Very much into this trick. It is a good one. Okay, so anyway, back to my conflict resolution. It looks like my second thing was in this other PG catalog file. And it looks like it's probably the same issue, basically. Which is that implement PG catalog.pg cursors. Okay, let's just see git log mine cost fuzzer. Or wait, no, not cost fuzzer. Git log mine SQL cursors. And I want to look at this guy here just to make sure I understand what's actually going on. Looks like what we did was all we did was we reordered PG. Oh yeah, I kind of remember this. Basically, the columns in PG cursors were out of order. So all this thing did was reorder them to be the proper ordering. So I think what we're going to do in our current conflict resolution thing is to find where we changed PG cursors and just copy it into a buffer and then figure out where they have it and then paste it back there, basically. So PG cursors. I think this is the one. No. Actually, I'm confused. Okay. So it actually kind of seems like they deleted everything, which is sort of weird. So I think what we'll do is we'll put a little blah, blah, blah thing just so you remember where we're pasting this thing, just as a little temporary buffer. Then we'll delete everything that we changed, and then we're going to find where they moved it to and then replace what they did with what we did. I think that's the plan here. Does that make sense? Name statement is holdable, is binary, is scrollable, creation time. Oh, it looks like it's actually, they did not, they may have independently fixed this problem. So I think we're good. So we'll go ahead and do git add 5.6. And then there's just one more to fix here, which is this big test file. Hello, M. Lazowick. How's it going? And for this one, I think we can just go ahead and git edit 5. And basically delete. It looks like it's just one big test that's conflicted, so we'll just delete the results of this test and then regenerate them with our rewrite mechanism. So we'll just go ahead and do a little make test base logic files equals PG catalog test flags equals rewrite. And then this will probably have to regenerate a whole bunch of things and it's going to take a while, but hopefully it'll finish in a hot second. Wisdom teeth removal. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's intense. Have you just been anesthetized? Are you like all loopy from anesthetization? When I got my wisdom teeth removed, it was just full wait, is that right? No, that's not right. They actually, yeah. No, when I did wisdom tooth, I think they just basically gave me local. Yeah. No, same here. I was thinking of something else. Did it hurt? Was it horrible? Sin and Punishment on the Nintendo Wii. That sounds like a really memorable day. Oof. That sounds unpleasant, but I'm very glad that you got through it. Yeah, I think that's basically the same reason that they gave me the old wisdom tooth thing as well. Something like that. Okay, unexpected. So maybe I didn't finish completely resolving the conflicts then. You're welcome, Alexi. But yeah, congrats. That's big progress. Once you get that's just like a one-time thing. You'll never have to worry about those wisdom tooth again. That's the hope anyway, right? So it's a good thing. All right, so that's good. That's fixed. So we'll go ahead and do git add 5.6, and then continue our rebase. And it looks like we are done with our conflict resolution, which is awesome. Let's go ahead and now go and look at our review. You're afraid to get yours out? You just ghosted your dentist, dude. Okay, so the first change here is that a reviewer says that we should be looking to add validation that the sequence number actually makes any sense, which seems like a reasonable suggestion. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is in transaction coords sender.go. Okay, so what's the context around this whole PR, though, by the way, you guys? If you don't remember, we were working on this for quite some time, so it's possible that you remember some of it. But the general idea is that we're adding SQL-level cursors, basic, simple SQL-level cursors, to allow people to sort of step through a query without having to see all the results at once. And in order to do that, there's some tricky little semantic things that we've got to do, because people really expect that when you do a cursor operation, you can do other stuff at the same time, and it won't sort of affect the cursor output. Is the basic idea. It's called the cursor insensitivity property, according to somebody. Set read seek num. So we're going to basically just go ahead and do something like if seek
the data bank's too big.
Is less than 0 or what?
By guessing.
Or seek is greater than write seek. TC dot. Actually, don't really know what that means. Oh, TC dot interceptor alloc dot txn seek num allocator dot write seek. This is an invariant violation. Question is, like, should this be, thinking this should just return an error rather than totally blowing up, because, you know, if we get this invariant, we don't want to crash the whole server necessarily. We just want to fail the query. So we'll go ahead and add a error return to this guy. We don't really need to write a comment here. The error will be pretty descriptive. So we're going to say return errors.new, because we'll say it's an assertion failed F. Invalid read seek num greater than less than 0 or greater than write seek d. And we'll print out the tc.interceptoralloc.txn seek num allocator.write seek, and then the seek. Okay, then we'll return nil here. Oh, no worries. I feel free to hijack the chat with your wisdom teeth story. I feel like it's kind of an intense thing, you know, wisdom tooth crushing. Like I don't want to kick out all the anybody who's like got like a sensitivity thing, and I'm like talking about wisdom tooth crushing. It's like seems like a little sus. But no, feel free to just go wild, man. Yeah. The point is, I'm glad that you made it out. The point is, I'm glad you made it out, and that you're with the living, basically. So we're gonna go ahead and basically, what did we do? Set read seek num.
The data bank's too big.
We're gonna go ahead
I have to nail down
and
the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
I guess we have to change this as the interface method as well. And this thing we're going to need to return, and this thing's going to need to return an error as well. And then this guy, we're going to need to return it. This is a little bit of the old Golang error propagation classic, except this guy does not have an error return, which kind of sucks. But I guess we'll just, I don't know what to do in this case. Hey, Marilia. How's it going? So what do we do when we're closing one of these things and we get an error back? I guess we could just log it or something. Do we ever log stuff? I feel like we don't. Can we log stuff again? Don't really remember how we log stuff from a SQL plan node. Do we ever actually even do that? It's been oh my god. Okay. Do some fancy grepping. I feel like there's some kind of like gosh, I'm really rusty, huh? Okay, we literally just run log.error. Okay, cool. That's great. So we'll just go ahead and say, and which is the log package that we need to, it's package util log. Okay, we're good. No need to panic. So we're gonna do a little log.warning f, error resetting transaction read seek num after cursor fetch, after cursor operation. And then we can go ahead and log it like so. And I think this is kind of like unactionable, to be honest, but like, I don't know. Better safe than sorry, maybe? Okay. I suppose what we could do is like, we could conceivably like fail the transaction or something. I'm not sure. Let's just leave this alone for now. Okay, so that's that. Done. Next up, this comment is cut off. Can I fix that? Looks like it is, in fact. cut off. So this is, where is this? This is in SQLcursor.go, and it's right above. Ah. Huh. Well, it does appear that the comment is indeed cut off. I wonder if it's living somewhere in our Git log. Git diff origin master. Huh. Nope, looks like it. We did not add that to any Git commit, so we'll just have to reconstruct what we were talking about. All right, so what's happening here is we're declaring a cursor. And we should never get an error here, because when do we return an error from add cursor? I think it's when there's like a duplicate cursor name. Also, I feel like this music is too intense. It's time to switch to DMCA-free piano covers. It's more soothing style of music for programming, you know, more of like a Zen moment, you know? Zen moment. I need a little bit of Zen moments in my life from time to time. So we can only return an error here if what? If what? Add cursor returns an error if the cursor already existed in the set. And that can't happen because the only time that we ever click add cursor is at this very moment. So I think what I meant to say is that this case shouldn't happen because yeah, welcome to the shrine. Take a rest, traveler, and relax. I'm not really much of an RP. Like, what do you? It's like, have a rest, traveler. Take this. You might need to relax before continuing on your journey ahead. There's this whole like trend of TikToks where you are entering like a tavern and like somebody's cosplaying as like a tavern bar guy, and they're like, would you like any potions? And it's pretty nerdy, but it's actually pretty decent. So yeah, what can I say? This case shouldn't happen because we only ever create cursors in a synchronous way, basically. It's basically like case shouldn't happen because cursor names are scoped to a session, and sessions can't have more than one statement running at once. Let's be diligent and clean up if it somehow does happen anyway. Okay. So, done. Missing a comment line by the looks of it. Okay, that's the same thing. Done. Fix that. Your MP is restoring. How many MP do you need to do we like that we don't even parse sensitive? I feel like Postgres doesn't either, so we ignored it. Postgres declare cursor.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
So my conclusion is that this is fine because, yeah, Sensitive isn't accepted by PG either, so this would be a custom extension.
The data bank's too
Omitting
big.
it.
I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
We should make these enum types int 8, allowing declare cursor to pack better. That's some next level stuff. Let's take a look. So basically the idea here is that since there's only a few of these, we don't need to make it an entire 64-bit integer. And to that I say sure. It seems fine. Done. Asensitive just means don't care. Yeah, I love asensitive. Asensitive is like the most elite thing ever. Wait, how come it's not asensitive cursor? Oh wait, it's like probably an old current. Asensitive. Asensitive means the behavior is implementation dependent. It's just so elite. I just love making a spec where it's like, okay, the following keyword is not defined. So you can use it if you want, but that is elite. It's truly an elite thing. Juice cop. What is that disturbing cat? It's a lyric cat. Sig user 1, but at least like the program can define what that means. Is it the same thing? I guess it's like kind of the same thing, but it feels very different. Because it's like the interface is from the OS kind of. Can you add a test for a cursor which errors? Select, what? Select a column which doesn't exist in a table. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead into the testing world, shall we? Because we'll open it in here. Can you add a test for a cursor which errors? Select a column which doesn't exist in a table. That is a great point, actually. Teeth! Dude. All right. I already have an idea. Actually, this is easy. I'm going to do you one better. It's not even going to be a comment. It's going to be inside of the actual file here, which is really exciting. Zup zup. So can't do this. This doesn't exist. This can't work. This can't work. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it here. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little statement. Okay, declare foo cursor for select teeth. Select select blah from teeth. Somebody gonna call me out on that? Like select a column which doesn't exist in a teeth. Let's just do select teeth from A. Select create ensure that a cursor fails if selecting a non-existent column from a table. Well, I want to see what happens if like the table exists, you know, but the column doesn't, maybe. Select wisdom from teeth. I think that what's going to happen here is that this is not going to fail, and it'll only fail when I select from it, which is not great, but I don't really care that much. Statement error, blah, blah, blah. Fetch one foo Statement. Okay. Rollback. Begin. All right. So let's go ahead and try this out. Make test base logic files equals cursor. Test flags equals local. Cannot use new mock transactional sender. Okay, new mock transactional sender. I think I know what went wrong here. And it's just that the set read seek num. This needs to have a new error return. Missing return at end of function. Return nil, of course. Got to do that. What do you guys think of, hold on. Tavern cosplay TikTok.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Quincy's Tavern. You are just in time for lunch. Can I get you some soup or anything? I'll be right back. Here you go. The soup of the day is a hearty chicken noodle soup.
Okay,
with
this one's
fresh
not very
vegetables and
magic-y.
2 biscuits straight from the oven. And of course, you can't forget your apple ale. If you'd like some butter or jam with that, I can get those straight for you. But before I forget, I heard you had a special mission ahead of you, so I wanted to grab you one of these real quick. It is the Seal of the Lucky Griffin. If you ever find yourself in a pinch, or you're at the end of your quest and you need a quick trip home, you break that seal and you'll be teleported right here. It's a one-time use only thing, so use it wisely.
I think that's pretty good, honestly. I think it's good. Yeah, it's a little YA. It's definitely a little YA for sure, but I think it's pretty good. I'm fairly impressed by it, I would say, and I think I respect that person for making that thing happen. I would say, you know, it's pretty cool. So this is great. This is actually failing right as we do the select, which is actually much better than I was expecting. So we can say column teeth does not exist. And we can do this. Let's try it again. That is great. Okay, so that is a big success. Let me make sure that we didn't already somehow do this. Oh, I guess we already tested this. Oops. Well, let's just go ahead and drop this test case down below because I think it's still useful to have another one besides just missing table, you know. Okay, done. Should we perform another insert after this fetch as well to make sure the cursor is insensitive to that as well? Yeah, okay. This Spirited Away music. You guys Miyazaki fans? I hear there's the actual new last Miyazaki film coming out or whatever. I think Miyazaki's had like 3 last films at this point. Should we perform another insert after this first fetch as well to make sure the cursor is insensitive to that as well? Yeah, okay, so we'll just insert another value right after this fetch. Fetch relative. Do statement okay. Make sure that a mutation after a fetch is also not noticed by a subsequent fetch.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Thanks, Pierre. Hey, Cyanide, and thanks, M. Laswick, and thank you, Soy Pete, for the raid of the party of 5. Soy Pete, welcome to the chat. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing great. I think you upgraded your stream, right? I poked my head into your stream like a few minutes before I started it. It seemed like setup's looking pretty snaz. You got like a green screen going on over there. I'm like, damn. So Pete has got some upgrades, upgraded technology. So very cool. So we're gonna fetch, make sure it can't see any rows. Then we're gonna go ahead and do a read-only operation outside of the cursor to demonstrate that it is sensitive to the inserts and to demonstrate the cursor hasn't corrupted the read-seek num state. Now that is smart. This guy really knows what he's doing, you guys. This guy really, really, really knows what he's doing. It's lucky that we have somebody like this. I love getting a code review from somebody who's thinking. It's really so nice. Oh my gosh, look at that cute gopher. I can't take it. I want that gopher. I'm gonna have to give you some bits because I love that gopher so much. Soy Pete winning. I feel like I'm winning just having gotten to see that emote, to be perfectly honest, so I think it's doing its job. So what am I gonna do here? We're gonna do a fetch relative 12 foo. We're gonna do a read, select star from big, where A is equal to 101, or where A is greater than 100, how about? Query IT, 234, 101 arg. Ensure that a read outside of the cursor can still see the mutations. And make sure that the transaction's seek num state was not corrupted. Let's make this arg2, just to be slightly more interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and check that this stuff makes sense. And maybe we should actually commit as well, right? Like, why not? We'll just do the same thing. sanity check that mutations were committed despite doing weird stuff during the transaction with read seek numbers. Soy Pete 2 coin, also very cute. That's like actually pretty next level. Did you draw those? Cyanide for dinner. Hit up the thoughts, man. Ask the questions. And if I can't help you, the chat can. And by the way, if the chat can't help you, you should join the Discord, where all sorts of smart people are hanging out, and they'd definitely be happy to answer your questions about databases. But shoot, hit the issue up. Let's talk about it. We love talking about database stuff on the stream, as you should know. Johnny, what's up? I love this little cute panda guy. Pant? I don't know Pant, but I love it. Animated emote. Yeah, that's like the next level, right? That seems like the next level. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the test. I guess we ran them and they passed. So that's I would say that that's an encouraging sign for sure. Oh wait, they didn't pass at all. Expected success, but found that there's no transaction in progress. And that's because we aborted this. So let's just delete that. And then that's actually good. I think it means we're going to pass all the tests for sure, hopefully. Basically, we have some APIs that call some... The heck? Hold on a second. Our teeth thing is screwed up here. We need to roll back and re-begin. That's the problem. This has got to come over here. Basically, we have some website APIs that call the same aggregation queries on a database, like daily or weekly count. But the issue is that whenever someone loads the site, these expensive queries can run again, increasing cost and load time. I think this can be optimized. What do you think? Good question for sure. There's all sorts of different ways of dealing with this problem that range in complexity from simple to complicated to advanced. So, I mean, the first thing that I'm thinking of is that this is a classic thing that you can use a materialized view for. So a materialized view in a database is a view that, so in an ordinary view in a database, it's like a query. Well, I'll do a little demo. That'll be fun. I'm gonna do a demo. Okay, so I'm gonna make a table, create table A, B, C, as select G, G+1, G+2, from generate series 1 through 100,000 G of G. All right. And so let's say I had an expensive query like select, max of A from A group by B or something. Although this is going to be a bad example because we didn't allow any duplicate values. So let's actually, okay, wait. Let's drop table A. Let's make this like...
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
Select G mod 10. Okay, so we have groups of 10 here. Then we're gonna do select max of B from A group by A. Okay, so we've got 10 groups. And let's pretend this is an expensive query for a second. Let's say this is an expensive query. So ordinarily what I can do to make this slightly less annoying is like, well, I don't want to write this query out every time, so I can make a view, right? Create view V as select A max B from A group by A. And then if I do select star from V, then that gives me this query, right? It's like, oh, wow, okay, cool. So I have this table and it's sitting in this view. But what does a view do inside of a database it actually is just sort of like it's like an alias. When I select from a view, it just runs the query that the view is. And I think you should be able to see that in explain. So if I do explain select star from V, you can see I actually have a group by in there, which is sort of weird if you're not expecting, like normally from a query like select star from V, you wouldn't expect a group by. In this case, you do see the group by because this is actually a view and the view has a group by inside. Okay, but here's the thing. Like I just said, the view, it's like, it just runs the query every time you select from the view. But what if you wanted to cache the values? And that's kind of what's going on here, right? It's like you go to this website and you're like, every time I go to this page, I'm going to run this expensive query. I want to cache something so I don't have to recompute it. Maybe I can have stale values for a little while. Maybe I don't care. You know, it's just like stats, and like the stats will get refreshed every hour. And you know, in between, you're going to get an old value. So you can do that in lots of databases using something called a materialized view, like M. Lazowick is saying. And so what I can do for that is do something called create materialized view. You know, let's call it an MV as select A, blah, blah, blah. And so my materialized view actually is a table that has data inside that's just written down. It's basically just a normal table. It's just sitting there doing its thing. And if I do select star from MV, what I get is the same value, of course, but if I do an explain, you can see that it's just doing a scan. And that's because the data is actually sitting on disk. So the next question though, how do I actually like update this thing though? Like, let's say I update my table. Let's insert a new row into our original table, insert into A values. We'll make a new thing like 100,001, 100,002, 100,003. So now if I do explain, if I do select star from MV again, I'm gonna get the same value, which is not great because I really should have an update in one of these guys. And if I do the same thing from the non-materialized view, I do get the update, right? I get this other thing going on here. And so the question is like, crap, well now my materialized view is out of date. And so what you can do in a database is refresh the materialized view. And I think to do that in Cockroach, you just say refresh. No? Refresh materialized view? Yeah, so you say refresh materialized view, that reruns the entire query. You can do select star from MV, and now it will have the updated value. So this is a standard answer for how to deal with this inside of the database. You can use materialized views as a cache. That all being said, there's some exciting new technology out there that if you really don't want your thing, maybe let's say this is super expensive and it takes like an hour to refresh your materialized view because, well, the data is really big or something like that. Probably that's not the case for you, right? Because right now what you're doing is you're just rerunning the query on every page hit. So like, this is probably pretty quick for you to refresh it. So probably you don't have to worry about this. But let's say it was really expensive to refresh. There's some exciting new technology out there. There's something called Materialize, which is kind of this streaming database view refresher machine, which allows for like some kind of cool tricks. Basically with this, it's like you have these materialized views, but they're being continually updated by the data. You sort of set up a change feed from your actual database. You send it to this thing, and this thing, you can just run a query and it's all materialized. It looks like it's materialized. It's very quick, but it's actually sort of updating itself on the fly. So it's very neat technology, but it's quite, I would say it's, it's an extra component into your data layout, and you may not really need it for this use case, but definitely something that's quite neat. Oh, this is kind of cool. They updated the tagline. It's a reactive database. I like that quite a bit. That's actually very, very cool. And so this was created by some friends of mine. So I'm shilling for them. But anyway, it's it is a relevant thing for this use case here. Has to store everything in RAM. Well, just the outputs, I would assume. But yeah, I don't really know how it works. Anyway, so yeah, I think probably creating a trigger on insert to call refresh. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily a great idea, because if you're doing a lot of insert volume, obviously that's going to be overwhelming the database, because it's basically making a full table scan per insert, which like, no, but yeah. You could definitely get away with, oh right. So the problem that you've got though is you're using something called Athena, and Athena doesn't have materialized views. I have no idea what Athena does. It's a S3 SQL machine. Create a small table, then regularly insert aggregated data inside it by cron. I mean, okay, how come you can't do Athena SQL? What is Amazon Athena? It's a query service that makes it easy to analyze data directly in S3. So how about this idea? You could write a cron job that, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like you can essentially create your own simple materialized view that every hour you run the query, you dump the results of the query to a file in S3, and then you use Athena to query it again. Anyway, that's a cool question. That's a cool question. That's a good one. Thanks for asking. I don't know if your problem is solved, but it's kind of an interesting thing, isn't it? I feel like S3 against or SQL against S3 is actually kind of a cool idea, for sure. People love building stuff on top of S3, so why not SQL as well? Okay. So what's next? We were running tests. We were happy with the tests that we wrote. Good idea, done. Good idea, done. Yeah, I'm also curious about that. Okay, so it looks like we've answered all of the questions here except for this top one. The seek-num dance here makes sense to me. I think it would be worthwhile to add some KD level testing like we have for stepping modes. The problem is I have no idea what kind of testing we're talking about here. So let's go ahead and read the TXN interceptor seek-num allocator test.go. Test. Trello clone. Here's a DB question. You have a Trello clone.
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data
You
banks.
store the
throughout
cards in a
world.
table with an enum field for the status. How do you do a query to get the first 10 results for each status? So I think what you do for this is basically do... It's sometimes gross to do this. I feel like you can do this either with a normal aggregate or with a window function. Or you could do it with like there's like a with ordinality thing that you can do. So basically, right, you can like, you can do a big scan. It depends on how efficient you want to be. But I think, for example, you could do like a big scan. You could order it by status. And then add a count that restarts on every status. And I guess to do that, you have to use a window function, right? For somebody who works on SQL, like I still am terrible at remembering how window functions work. Which probably is saying something about how window functions are in general, but with a window function, what you can do is kind of, so a window function is a thing that allows you to kind of understand where you are inside of a group. And that's what you're sort of doing here. You're like grouping everything by status, and a window function will allow you to sort of reset a counter as you're scanning through everything. And so it'll allow you to start from 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, until you get to the end of the status, and then it'll reset at 1 again. I think that would probably work. Look into window functions. I need to like upgrade my skill level at explaining window functions by like 10 times. It's a squad goal. Okay, so what are we doing here though? What are we doing here though? We're using a mock sender. I don't really get stepping much. Test sequence number allocation with step. Taste the basics of sequence number allocation. It verifies that read-only requests are assigned the last step sequence number and that write requests are assigned a sequence number larger than any previously allocated. But I don't really see, I guess the point is just that we want to, okay, so we're going to make func test set, it's like test read at earlier, test read at smaller seqnum, something like this. Okay, sure. So test read at smaller seqnum. What would your non-scan solution look like? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you can't get around the scan really unless the database allows you to do trickier stuff like a skip scan, or you can like partition stuff, but that's kind of like a pain too. So I would say that the best thing, like the slightly more efficient way that you could do things is add a filter so that you don't even get the, well, never mind. I think that like it should be probably fine what I'm suggesting here. On the other hand, you know, if you had an index that started with status, then, and you used a union operator to get all the data back, then you could like stop, you could use limits to sort of stop reading at any given moment in this table. Like, yeah, I mean, here's a quick example that might help. Okay, so let's say I have a create table cards, you know, A int primary key, B, you know, B text, C status or something. Oh wait, status. I'll just make it an int for now. Then I said create index on cards of status, comma A. No, I don't even need that. I think just like this should work. And then I said explain, select star from cards where status is equal to 0, limit 10. And then I said union all, select star from cards where status is equal to 1, limit 10. So I think with this, you can, I think this is like decent. So this is just doing a limited scan of each section of the status index. And I think that that will get you less reads. Yeah, I think you could do that. You could do that on the client side. There might be a way to convince the database to do this with a check constraint. And I think that at least in Cockroach, that actually might work. So let's see. So if I said alter table cards, actually I forget how to do this with an alter. I'm just gonna drop the table and recreate it. But you can do this with an alter, I just don't know the syntax. So if I remake the table, and then I said status in check, status greater than 0 and status is less than 10. How the heck do you do a status or a check constraint again? Okay, so then if I said select, and then I said create index on cards of status again. Explain select star from. cards at cards limit 20. I don't know how to do this actually. I forget how this works. Show create table cards. If I said select star from, what am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of right now. I think there's a weird trick that you can do with these check constraints, but I kind of forget what it is. Check status limit 50. This isn't gonna work. I forget what I'm talking about, but there's a way to trick the database into creating that union form, and it knows it can do it because it has this check constraint, but I just like forget how to sort of coax the database to do that. Debugging it. That's exciting. What's the issue? Maybe I can help. Maybe I can't. Test read at smaller seqnum. Test that it's possible to switch the read seqnum inside of a transaction to perform reads that do not include writes that occurred at higher seqnums in the transaction. Dun dun dun. The plot thickens. Okay. So let's go ahead and basically Jestem, I've got a couple of recommendations that I like to give out here, but it's nothing time series specific. So the recommendations are linked in the chat. I think you saw them. So I think those books are pretty good. You should definitely read the Designing Data Intensive Applications book. It's a classic, very useful stuff. Sequencing step. So okay. So I think basically what we do here is we'll make some keys. I'll just copy this setup here. This whole setup we'll copy. It's actually, I think it's normally read, but read and retrieve, I guess, would be the same thing. It is JetBrains. It is JetBrains. Okay, so basically what we're going to do here is, okay, how are we going to think about doing this? Let's make a key C as well, maybe. Key C. So what is this mock send business? Does this stuff actually, what is a mock sender? It actually doesn't even have a database inside, which is sort of weird. So actually I have no idea like what am I testing here? I actually don't really get what the point of this test is. S mock sender is equal to make mock TXN seeknum allocator. So the TXN seeknum allocator is the thing under test. And so what would we even be testing though? I don't really. I don't really understand what kind of test you're thinking of here. That test isolates the TXN seeknum allocator. See you later. Thanks for stopping in, M. Lazowick. That tests in that test, the TXN seeknum allocator is the component under test, and other components are mocked out. But I don't see what functionality of the TXN seeknum allocator you're looking to validate here, right? Because like all I did to make this work was what? I guess maybe the read seek is changed, so is it just to check that the request headers get a read sequence number that's been updated? I guess I could check that. It seems a little bit pointless, but what can I say? Okay, let's go ahead and try it though. Go ahead and try it. So we're gonna basically just go ahead and do like, don't even need all this.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow
S
down
dot
the search.
send locked.
By guessing.
Oh wait, no. We do mock sender dot mock send like this, I guess. Actually, just don't don't really understand. Okay, so we basically edit a batch. And then we mock send using a function that does a particular thing. But where do we actually pass in the batch request? Is it this? What does mock send do? It sets the mock locked sender mocking function. I see. So this actually doesn't send anything. It just edits what the function is going to do. So it's kind of a poorly named method, but that's okay. That is okay. It really should be more like set mock send func or something. Okay, but this is actually making more sense. So we're gonna go ahead and make a new batch request that's got some stuff inside of it like this. And we're going to simply, I guess we're gonna have to start a transaction first of all. Or maybe we don't need to do that because we've already got a transaction here. I don't know how that works. Do we need to send like any kind of begin TXN request or anything of that nature? It looks like no. So it looks like we're going to start with a mutation. So we're going to do ba.add roachpb.put new put, and we're going to put EA, and we're going to name it blarg, except a value is not a, no, this is probably not going to work. How do I make a put here? Looks like nobody even specifies the result, and they actually don't even use these new things. They just make a get request, so we'll do it that way as well. roachpb.put request. And inside of the request, we're going to need a request header, and it looks like that's it. Request header is going to be a roachpb.request header, and the key is going to be key A. All right, so we're basically just going to be putting a single key as this first request. We're going to say, we don't even need a mock send yet, right? We're just going to, I guess we do need a mock send, right? We need a simple mock send. So we're going to do s.mock, or mocksender.mocksend bonk roachpb. This is annoying. Let's just copy this whole thing and then edit it. Thanks, Novaglow. It's been, I have a to-do, a long-standing to-do to update that because it's really changed quite a bit. But I'm glad you enjoyed. Okay, so basically we're gonna say, first, do a mutation. We'll say the test has 3 phases. First, do a mutation. A little too high. Okay, let's fix that. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I'm pretty bad at remembering the levels, honestly. I don't know how the bigger streamers do it because, like, it depends on how loud my computer volume is, basically. You know, and it's like, it's hard for me to keep everything exactly steady and remember all the settings and everything. Blah, blah, blah. I don't actually use the GitHub Copilot stuff, but I guess I should, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really been using it. It seems to work like okay, I think. Do a mutation. 2. Create a, pretend to create a cursor by fixing the, I guess it's grabbing the current seek num. Do another mutation. Ensure that the cursor, ensure that we can, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, the sender doesn't actually read data or anything. It's just like, ensure that we can perform a read and nothing blows up at the old seek num, and that nothing blows up, basically. Create a screenshot of the volume to add to my blog. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, that's the sort of thing that I'm never going to remember to actually like look at, you know. It needs to be a bit more like, it's got to be like an OBS setting, you know, that caps the volume or something. But if it caps the volume, then maybe I wouldn't be able to, if I wanted something to be louder, I wouldn't be able to do it. So I don't know. It's a little tricky. Yeah, I don't really understand the point of this test that I'm writing actually, but I'll just let me just power through and see if good things happen as a result. Okay. Well, maybe we don't even need to do it. Well, yeah, I think we should. I think we should. The PR is here. All right. So we're just going to say basically this a bunch. Okay. Robin, thanks for the congrats. Appreciate that. So the seek num is going to be s dot write seek, I guess. Set read seek num. When do we actually do this in the real situation? A ridge txn seek num. And how do we capture this thing? By getting the read seek num. Like all these keys doesn't really matter. We just need one, honestly, as far as I can tell. From another mutation, now we're going to ensure that sending a read doesn't do anything bad. So we're going to, I guess we have to also reset our BA here. So BA is equal to batch request empty. So we're going to set our header. We're going to set a get request. I don't really, does this make any sense? It does make sense because we have this is read-only business. And then I think what we basically need to do is make sure that this thing gets passed through is what we're doing. What's up, Wow Key? We are working on a pull request that adds support for SQL cursors to a database called CockroachDB, which is a distributed SQL database. That's the general idea. But I hope you stick around. We like to talk about database stuff here, so I hope you ask database questions and stick around. We're programming in Go, so if you have Go questions as well, happy to chat about Go stuff. What keyboard different? What name? I don't know. Oh, what name of it? Well, it's an Iris V5. So we're going to send a read. Doesn't do anything bad. And also passes through
into over 1,000 data
the
banks throughout
updated
the world.
seeknum. The correct seeknum. Something like this. So basically, we're going to sending a read at the old seeknum. Doesn't do anything bad. Also passes through the correct seeknum. Something like this. So we're going to basically say s.readseek is equal to, I guess we can use our function s.set readseek. No, we don't have such a function for some reason. Why would that be? It's because it's part of the TXN coord sender. So we just need to actually set it directly, which is fine. s.readseek is equal to seeknum. Then we're going to go ahead and say, set our mock send to be something different. And I think what we'll do here is say, just assert that require.equal t. The expected is s dot. It's expected as seeknum, and the actual is supposed to be basically ba.header.readSeek or something. Like, we actually edit this thing when we're sending it, and that's what I want to be checking. The old header.sequence. So the header.sequence is what we're looking for. Header.sequence. So that doesn't seem to exist for some reason. So what am I missing here? Rec.setHeader.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
What is the feeling of programming? It's the feeling of deep mastery. The feeling of relaxing under a chestnut tree on a spring day. And it's also the feeling of crunching into a delicious Reese's peanut butter cup. And a Butterfinger stacked. Yeah? We good? We good? I am confused about what the deal is with this guy, though, to be honest. TXN seeknum allocator is what we're the system under test, no? Mock TXN seeknum allocator. What am I missing here? ba.header, is there an inner header? What is this header? Admission header? Request union? Oh, is it actually the requests header? Is that the issue? Do we actually need to be looking at... yes. So I actually need to be saying require.equal ba.requests of 0.getRequest header sequence. There we go. Okay, and this needs to be a star. This is trouble because request union dot get. Okay. Enjoy the kitchen, Johnny. Does anybody watch Love Island, by the way? I started to watch Love Island season 3, the UK one, and there's this particular character named Johnny that I'm like triggered now because I'm like using the word Johnny and remembering that Johnny. Love Island, it's been a good time watching Love Island. Definitely enjoying that quite a bit. Even though it's a little trashy. I like their accents, I like their slang. And they've got some good drama as well. So I don't know if we've got any other Love Island watchers in the chat, but I'm a fan. I think that this test, it just feels so pointless, honestly. The problem is I just don't know what I'm testing, you know? The write seek goes up. And I guess we could ensure that the read seek's the same or something. Like, I don't know. I think this is fine, though. I think this is fine. Why do you want to use cursors? Yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely a good question. Why do you want to use cursors? I think that the truth is that in Postgres protocol, there's not a really strong reason to be using cursors because everything gets auto-cursored kind of on the protocol. So you can read just chunks of a query, chunk by chunk, and you don't have to worry about buffer overruns and stuff like that. But Postgres does this for you automatically. So if you don't have Postgres protocol, then maybe it's a bigger reason. The other nice thing about cursors is that you can sort of like have a big query and like pause it halfway through and do other stuff, I guess. I don't really know. Like people sometimes, I think people have been asking me this a few times while I've been working on this feature. And the truth is that like, I don't totally get it, but people do use it. And so, you know, we can implement it. Why not?
Computers hooked into over
That's kind of
1,000
how I
data
feel about
banks
it.
throughout the world.
So we're going to set our read seek, and we're just going to check that our read seek is right. And if we edit it, it's also going to be edited, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to get dinged on this because I don't. The theme is called Groovebox. It's called Groovebox. Okay. Ensure that resetting the seeknum back to the newer seeknum also doesn't do anything bad. I also need to be stepping on each time, don't I? I need to be like, I need to be saying like s.step locked ctx. So then if I reset it, I say s dot read seek is equal to cur read seek, doing another read after resetting the seeknum back, so it doesn't do anything bad. And then we're going to rerun this entire thing after doing another step. And here we're going to require that it be equal to, let's also call this like cursor seek num to make things more clear. Then here we want to reset this, and we want it actually to be the same as cur read seek. Like this. Okay. So now we're going to do another mutation and another read, and do another mutation after messing with the read seek nums so that we can be sure things are still groovy. Speaking of Groovebox, so we're going to grab this whole guy. And we're going to make this a put request. I suppose in this case, we might as well ensure that we're writing at the right sequence number. So that's going to be the s.writeSeek. Then we can just basically copy this entire sequence down here. Okay, let's go ahead and run this test. I don't really know how useful this test is, honestly, but at least there's something, and maybe somebody can let me know what I'm missing, basically, but we'll see. Okay, I'm just gonna run it from the command line. There's no point in doing it this way. So we're gonna say make test package equals package SQL. So actually package kv client. Man, Jordan coding outside of the package SQL package. What a rare occurrence. kv chord tests equals test read at smaller seek num. Honestly, this is not a great test name. I feel like it should be called test set read seek num. Test edit read seek num or something. Very cool. So let's go ahead and change this test name though. So we're going to call it test edit read seek num. All right. Existential struggles with tests. Yeah, that happens all the time to me as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and add changes to the right commits now. So we're definitely going to do this one. Going to do this one. Going to do this one. Basically, most of this change. We won't do this one. Actually, I think we can. We won't do this one. We won't do this one. Won't do this. Okay. So now we're going to do commit fix up, and then we're going to give it the insensitive commit. So we're going to basically append a bunch of these changes to this particular commit. We're going to go ahead and add all of these guys back to the sort of main cursor implementation, which is like this one. So we're going to do get add 1, 2, 3, get commit fix up, and then basically we're going to pass it all to this implementation guy. Then we can do another get rebase origin master. Whoops, get rebase -i origin master. Fix everything up. Uh-oh. Okay. So I think this is the thing that's annoying about these long commit chains, is that they are gross.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Oh, well, this one, okay, I see the issue. So we just sort of need to, let's just get rid of this last guy. Get reset like this, get add dash P. So this one's gonna go to the original, this one's gonna go to the original, this one, and this one, but not this one, not this one. Okay, so then we're gonna do git commit fix up. This one's gonna go way back, but this guy is gonna go to this one.
Computers hooked into
Okay,
over 1,000
get
data
rebase
banks
I
throughout
origin
the
master.
world.
How about now? Will it fix? It did not. Very annoying. Okay. Get rebase support. And then what's the difference between this guy? This is... This is just so pointless. Like, there's not really a strong reason for me to be caring about this, but whatever. It's just sort of fun to get it all right, you know? Okay, first of all, okay, get rebase.
Everybody knows
I
that relational
origin
databases
master.
don't scale because they use joins, and write to disk.
Robin gets the gift sub from Chachi. Chachi, thank you so much for the gift sub. Really appreciate it. As always, thanks for stopping by and chatting. Have a good one. Have a good weekend. And see you next time. Okay, so we've fixed two of them. And basically, this one is a little bit messed up. Okay, I see the problem. Get reset like this. Get add P. This guy, not this guy, not this guy. So at least make this one go back to, sorry, this is probably like really, really pointless for you guys, but it's very pointful for me, so bear with me. Bear with me. It's a good rebasing, man. It's something that it's good to learn. Okay, so we're gonna push this one onto this one. We're gonna stash, get rebase I margin master. No, really? Oh. Okay, this we can fix. It's basically just like a very pointless conflict that isn't really a conflict, which we love when that happens, right? We do not love when that happens. Actually, you know what? We can just actually fix the conflict. How about that? How about that as a crazy strategy to do this? Get edit one, because I think that the changes are just sort of next to each other. So all we have to do is add them both, maybe? I think literally we just want to kind of like... No. Oh my god! I'm in a rebase hell. I'm in a rebase hell. Oh, I see the problem. It's because we've added half of the stuff at the very bottom of the file in the most recent change. And so then like adding something to the end of the file as it used to be gets the thing really confused. So here's what we have to do to fix this problem. Here's what we have to do. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna grab this stuff. We're gonna just delete this commit altogether. Then we're going to git rebase I origin master, and we're just gonna actually just edit this baby. I think it'll be a bit easier. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna paste this thing, delete all this stuff. All right. Okay, so then we're gonna go ahead and say git add one, git commit amend, git rebase continue, and then we're gonna get a conflict here, but that's okay because we know what to do. We're just gonna go like this. Yeah, okay, this is great. We did it. we did it. Git add 3, continue. Okay. So then we can just make sure that any of this stuff still works. So make test base logic files equals cursor. I think we did it. Database. I don't have an exclamation point database command. What do you think I should put in there? A database is where all of your dreams come true. A database is a piece of software that makes your dreams come true, much like the Grand Prospect Hall. May it rest in peace. DB books. Do you guys know about the Grand Prospect Hall? May your dreams come true. Grand Prospect Hall.
You dreamed about it. It's been carefully planned. And here is the most important day of your life.
We make your dreams come true.
The Grand Prospect Hall, 718-788-0777.
We make your dreams come true. Unfortunately, this place has been demolished. It was this great place in Brooklyn where they used to have this great Balkan music concert.
We make your dreams come true.
Anyway, that was a good place, but it's dead now, unfortunately. How hot caches work in SQL-like databases? How long the hot cache is stored? What is stored? So most databases don't have like anything like result caches or anything like that, which is like you do a query and you keep running the query and like the result of the query is cached. That's like, they don't really have too much of that. They have it sort of in MySQL, but I think it's sort of deprecated. Most of the time what you're caching is actually the stuff like way at the bottom, which is like the storage stuff. Like you'll be bringing pages of data into memory in a traditional RDBMS, you'll sort of be caching those memory pages, like basically the B trees will be sitting in memory, happy, hot, and good. And hopefully, you know, you'll have a lot of room in your cache to store those pages. And then in a LSM tree-based database, like CockroachDB's Pebble storage engine, instead of storing B trees in memory, you're storing these like mem table things, which are, well, I guess it's both mem tables, which are like part of the lowest part of the LSM tree, and cached chunks of SS tables, which are like the immutable, bigger memory chunks. I mean, disk chunks, rather, that the data is stored in. So typically, I think in the database, at least that's how it works in Cockroach, and I'm pretty sure this is how it works in most databases. You're really caching like the stuff that's at the very bottom of the system. I don't know if that was a comprehensible answer, but that's the idea. Undefined log. Okay, so I think I Git stash pop. Git add. I gotta add this log guy here. Git add p. No, yes. Quit. Git commit. Fix up. This goes all the way back to the insensitive thing, I think. Git stash. Git rebase I origin master. Make test base logic. Let's see if this works this time. The Grand Prospect Hall. They had this thing called Golden Festival. Every year, a big group of people converges upon the Grand Prospect Hall to dance to Balkan music. And it was really the best thing ever. And unfortunately, they had to not have it at the Grand Prospect Hall anymore. It's a big, big bummer because that thing was really fun. Are the SS tables opened each time you want to access a key not in the mem table? So I think when you talk about mem table, you're actually not even talking about like a mem table is where it's like the very top of the LSM. It's the stuff that's changing. And so I think an SS table doesn't really become a mem table. It's more like the SS table is this big immutable chunk, and you're caching some of that in memory in something called the block cache. My understanding of this is actually fairly fuzzy, to be perfectly honest, but I think that's how it works. I don't know if it's really going to explain it, honestly. Yeah, the mem table is the thing that's getting changed frequently. And when you flush a mem table, it turns into an SS table. And when you need to read an SS table, it's still called an SS table, I think. I think that's the kind of question we're asking. When you're reading stuff from an SS table, it's still called an SS table. It doesn't turn into a mem table. It's just sort of cached in this big, basically just a cache of disk data that's sitting in chunks in memory. I think that's how it works. I think. Okay, let's finish this change here. So this cursor scroll option, I think, goes to the very beginning, right? I think we added that here, probably. Cursor scroll option. Yeah. So we're going to git add gd1, git add 1, git commit, fix up here. And this guy, thread at a time, this change happened in move cursor state. Okay, so we're going to do git add 1, git commit fix up, move cursor state, git rebase I origin master. Okay, hopefully this is going to be good to go at this point. Okay. We're back. We're pushing it. Oh my goodness. We're actually updating this PR that we haven't changed in quite a long time. Let's make sure to try to respond to this. This thing seems to be frozen. Let's refresh it. Did it delete all of my draft comments? I feel like this thing is really struggling because I've rebased it so many times. There's like too many patches. It's having trouble. Just make sure. Done. Okay, I'm feeling good about this then. Let's just edit this guy. I added a test. I'm not totally sure what
The
you
data
were
bank's
going
too
for
big.
here.
I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
But what is the name of this component that I'm editing again? It's called the TXN seeknum allocator. TXN seeknum allocator doesn't choke when you edit the read seeknum and send more commands. I'm just not sure if this is testing much, but did you have something else in mind as well? Okay. Hooray! Progress. Random Kotka. If this is struggling, you should see how GitHub does on a normal pull request in a large mono repo. Yeah, I think, in my experience, this thing is slower than GitHub, but maybe not by much. Okay, well, this is great, guys. We've made some serious progress. Definitely feeling good about it. I think it means that we can go back to our other PR at this point. Planning to rewrite Cockroach in Rust. Yeah, I think it's definitely, you know, got only a couple million lines of code in the database, and, you know, it doesn't, yeah, you know, I feel like we could probably get that done in a month or two. So, yeah, basically, that's definitely part of the plan. If you check back in a couple months, yeah, it'll be totally done end to end. Rust, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I think, we're getting so close to the make thing. I mean, I'm still... It takes a lot of effort to move away from make, it turns out. So much effort. Oh my god, it's been ridiculous. A lot of work has gone into it. And I think we're getting close. We're getting close. We have this tool called dev that I should be really using it. But dev is this wrapper around Bazel that makes it easier to use with our system. And I think it's, you know, it's getting relatively complete. I think you can do everything with it. You can run tests, you can run builds, you can do this, you can do that. My main complaint with it right now is that it feels slower than make. And I think that's kind of a bummer. Like yeah. I think that the idea of Bazel was hopefully that we could use some kind of like network caching sort of thing, making it really fast, but we haven't gotten around to doing that yet. So I think at some point we'll be able to, it'll really be great, and we'll have a much more solid foundation to build on. Make it's just not really solid foundation, right? It's just like a bunch of scripts, and this thing is a really solid foundation. And so I have hope that we'll pretty soon get to a place where it's like, this is definitely better. Right now I'm feeling like, yeah, it's like, it's going well, but it's still a work in progress. That's how I feel about it. But yeah, Rust, it's coming in a couple months, so just watch this space. Bazel is super CPU hungry. Development instances had to be bumped up a lot to be able to run Bazel fast. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. Okay, so we're gonna check out Cost Fuzzer. Okay, hold on a minute. Before we do this, let's go back over here. Can I merge this thing or what? Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bum bum ba bum. What am I doing? The cost fuzzer. Cost fuzzer. So the cost fuzzer, we've been working on this for a couple times, right? Cost fuzzer is pretty cool. Here's the cost fuzzer, you guys. The cost fuzzer is basically a testing machine that allows us to make sure that we don't have any bugs. It's a way of doing correctness checking in the database, which it's quite hard to do correctness checking in a database, is the truth. Like it's pretty easy to do, you know, correctness checking on individual test cases or checking that the database doesn't crash or throw any bad errors. But how do you check that, you know, arbitrary random queries are returning the right answer? It's a much more difficult question. And so this cost fuzzer test is designed to run a random query using several different plans and make sure that no matter which plan you're running, you're always going to get the same answer. Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty good. I think the thing that I want to sort of improve about it is that at the moment it doesn't really necessarily feel like the way that we've chosen to pick the other plan is going to always give you a different plan. The way it works is it randomizes the costs of each of the operators in the tree. And so the database normally tries to minimize the cost of the tree, and that's how it picks a plan. And what this thing does is it just gives you random costs for all the operators. So if it tries to minimize it, it's sort of random what it's doing. The thing is that, like, what I'd really prefer is a way for the optimizer to give me more than just a random plan. I actually kind of want it to be able to give me all of the possible
Computers hooked
plans
into over 1,000 data banks
for a
throughout the
particular
world.
query. And then I should be able to sort of iterate through all of those possible plans and run them individually. So then I can exhaustively check that given a particular query, I'm always returning the right answer. So that's kind of what I want to do. I don't think it'll be that easy, and I don't really know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to play around with it a little bit. What do you think about generics in Go? Is it really needed? Google added their own generics. What about Cockroach? Yeah, so we also did sort of add our own generics kind of thing. It wasn't just full generics. What we added was something, it was sort of like a small subset of, it's more of a template engine, like a monomorphization template engine that we use to generate the type-specific execution operators for the database. That's kind of how we make the execution engine go really fast, is by generating another copy of each of the operators per SQL data type. And so to do that, in order to avoid having to write a lot of code or having to write code that's generic but slow, we wrote a template engine that we just, we kind of run it at compile time and generate all the different operator types variants. And so that was a pain, and it's definitely sort of a janky system. And I'm only calling it janky because I was the one who wrote it, so I can give myself a hard time about how janky it is. But unfortunately, generics doesn't solve the same problem that the template engine does. So it's sort of problematic. Hold on a second. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm back. Back in action. Do you think that Go might become more and more complex by adding basic for other lang features? Not so simple now. And what do you hate in Golang especially? I mean, I think I'm not so worried about them making Go really complex because they're actually pretty good about being really, really slow to add new big features like generics. It took them a long time to do generics. And I don't think they're going to do a lot of those, honestly. So I wouldn't worry about it. I think the thing that I am most, I wouldn't say I hate it, but it's the thing that I could most need improvement on is memory management and introspection into heaps. So I sort of have an ongoing project working on that, but the tool that is available for it it's quite rudimentary because it requires that you write the entire contents of memory to a file and then introspect it from there. But a language like Java, which Java has problems too, but the thing that Java does have is that it's an old language that's had a lot of really good tooling written for it over the years. And so it's very easy in Java to try to understand your program's heap even on the fly. There's a program called YourKit that does some really amazing things, allowing you to understand the contents of your heap and looking at the connections between objects and analyzing it and stuff like that. And so I guess I really wish that Go would invest more in stuff like that, like tools to understand what's going on in your program, and ways to track memory, track CPU usage, and basically things that I really would prefer to have as a database author. But they're really not, I guess, maybe not so general purpose. I don't know. So that's my take. I think language-wise though, Go it's quite good. I don't have any major complaints with Go. Like, people complain about the error return thing or like whatever, but I don't know. It's just all languages have their little quirks, and it's not a big deal. So that's my take. Okay. So what I want to do is look a little bit at how I could conceivably iterate through the plans that are possible for a query. I've sort of started to go down this route a little bit before, but haven't gotten that far. And it might sort of be impossible, but I'm gonna try it out. So there's something where okay, so let's dive into this here. See if we can remember how to get into this headspace. The first thing that we have to think about is the coster, which is sort of the fundamental thing that is used to do such things. Where does the coster live again? It's in here. So the way the coster works is that it has a little operation for every operator type to cost it, right? And given an expression, it gives it back a cost, right? So we have something called compute cost. And typically what happens to get to the end of a query, I've never really read this stuff end to end actually, so I'm sort of curious to do it. Optimizer.optimize. Let's read through this. Optimize returns the expression which satisfies the required physical properties at the lowest possible execution cost, but it's still logically equivalent to the given expression. If there's a cost tie, then any one of the qualifying lowest cost expressions may be selected. Optimize the root expression. What are the little icons in the context box? What's the context box? This stuff? What is the context box? Don't actually know what that is. Optimize the root expression according to the properties required of it. What does this do? It tries to simplify the root operator based on the properties. Simplify root ordering. Prune root columns. Okay, we can ignore this. We were going to skip this whole thing. In MS products, it's IntelliSense. I'm assuming you're talking about this stuff. This is just like, I don't know, my Git state and like something with GitHub and something with ID setting sync. I don't know. It's just a bunch of random crap. I wish I knew what you were talking about. Oh, when you highlight an expression. I feel like I'm pretty good at using this IDE, but I'm having trouble figuring out what you're talking about. Maybe like this stuff, for example. This is like, it's a recursive call. I'm assuming you're talking about, anyway, whatever. You let me know next time you see one of these things and I'll talk about it. Okay, so optimize root with props. We're gonna go back to where this is called. And then we optimize the entire expression tree. So we grab the root expression. It's a rel expr. We got root props. Then we call optimize group. And then we say walk the tree from the root, updating child pointer so that the memo root points to the lowest cost tree by default rather than the normalized tree by default. So let's go and see what optimize group does first. So there's a nice big comment, which is always nice. It enumerates expression trees rooted in the given memo group and finds the expression tree with the lowest cost, i.e. the best, that provides the given required physical properties. Enforcers are added as needed to provide the required properties. So it's quite complicated. The following is a simplified walkthrough of how the optimizer might handle blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's skip this. We don't need to know about the walkthrough. But we kind of, basically we're looping through recursively, finding all of the possibilities for the group and trying to return the cheapest one by using the coster to estimate the cost. I think that's the general idea. Always start with the first expression in the group. Happy Friday, Jake, and Linux in. Yeah, I had a great week. Really nice fun. My big news, I talked about this a bit earlier, but I got engaged. So my girlfriend's no longer my girlfriend. She's now my fiance. Crazy stuff. So that was a big start to the week. A lot of dopamine you get from that one. A lot of people congratulating you and people happy, and you tell your family, you chat with your friends and stuff like that. So that was, yeah, it's been a good week so far. That was kind of a good start to it, I would say. Thank you. Went out to a nice sushi dinner last night. That was nice. Yeah, it's been a good week. '23, in case you were wondering. People are like, watch out. People are going to start asking you, when's the wedding? When's the wedding? So my stock answer is 2023. I'm like, stay back. It's going to be a while from now. Don't worry. Don't you worry about it. We're going to enjoy this moment of engagement, of fiancé-dom. So first expr, what does this do? Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's a different implementation of first expr for every expr for some reason. And it delegates to the expr group. And the expr group just has a first in it. Okay. It has a first and a best, which is interesting. Walk the tree from the root, updating child pointers. What does this do? This says, given the input, set the parent to the best, state.best. Okay. Iterate over the expression's children, replacing any that have a lower cost alternative. I see. So basically we cost everything, and then we use this cache information to update the final tree, sort of. And then we can use that to actually run the thing in the end. Something like that. In 2012, I learned functional languages. And what happened? Well, you know, I like functional languages. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big functional language fan, actually. But I wouldn't say that they're the most practical. The fewer developers use them. They can take a lot more time to think about how to implement something. I think one thing I really like about Go is that it's very obvious what to do. You're just like, okay, well, gotta do some stuff, so let me just type it out. You know, you're like, first do this, then do this, then do this. Functional, you get tended to like, you know, make the perfect, beautiful type hierarchy and like make a very beautiful like chained operator that's using all of the nifty monads just to get it all just right. You know what I mean? Like, at least that's how my brain works. I really want to spend a lot of time just like messing around with how the program looks rather than just getting stuff done. I really liked Clojure for a while. Clojure is a fun language, but it also has the tendency to make your code get kind of golfed, I would say. Like, it's very fun to golf Clojure, and I think that's not probably the best thing for writing code in a collaborative fashion. In fact, it's quite bad for doing that, so. Oh my gosh, you're right. Well, bam. Gosh, you're right. That was horrible. That was really making me feel terrible. Closed. Okay, so basically what I want to figure out how to do here is write another function that's like optimize, except instead of giving back as an expr, maybe it gives me back a list of exprs.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
It gives back a list of exprs, maybe. Or maybe it's an iterator. And each time you call the iterator, it updates everything to be the next possible plan. Something like that. Lithium. There were buttons when I did that thing to the... Oh, this? You're talking about... So if I do this, this is giving me all of the places that are using optimize, like it's find usages. Is that what you're talking about? Possibly? Possibly these are just the usages, though. There's icons. You're talking about like these little guys? This is like, it's just like allowing you to group the find usages in different ways. Like this is showing places where we read the variable. This is where we write to the variable. This is where we show results in generated code. This is show usages in comments. This is file structure. So they're more just like filters than actual buttons. So I would say that these are more like different ways of displaying the results. But JetBrains, it's a very good IDE. I would recommend if you're feeling tempted by any of this stuff, you should download Golang if you're a Go programmer. JetBrains actually, they have an IDE for like every language out there. So I would recommend trying it out. You'll probably like it. At least I did. I'm a Vim fan. I know that some people are like really interested in staying bare bones, but truth is that with a big program like this, it's really nice to have a more powerful thingy to help you navigate it. Use IntelliJ? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So the question is right. Can I make an iterator that gives me every possible plan, or is it just too painful? IntelliJ's Vim plugin is pretty decent. It's not the same as actual Vim, but you get the basic key shortcuts. Yeah, that's what I've got as well. I've got the Vim plugin for Golang. It's the same thing. Yeah. Huge code bases, it's just tough. Even if they've got the language, LSP, and tree sitter, and all of the goodness that, you know, the new Vim stuff has. It's just, it'll struggle if it's a really big project. Low power laptops. Yeah, if you have a low power laptop, it might be tough to run one of these IDEs because they do take a lot of, like this thing is using like 4 gigabytes of RAM right now, but I don't know, it's worth it. I'll give all my RAM to the IDE because it just makes me that much more productive. So let's make a new function here. We're going to call it all plans iterator. Make a home lab. What do people get out of home labs? I don't really get it. It seems like a lot of money and a lot of effort. But people sure seem to like making them for whatever reason. So the all plans iterator is going to return a function, and the function is going to return a OPTXPER. What do people get out of having a wife and kids? Replication of data. All right. Sure. So okay, the joke is that a home lab gets you replication of your home data. Is that the idea? Okay, so the first thing that we do is that we run. Let's just run all this stuff. Let's make this. We'll do the same thing as they do. My home lab is a single Raspberry Pi that I cleared down and started over with minimal switching costs. That's cool. So we're going to have to look at this again. We're going to have to look at this again. Optimize group. Ensure opt state. We look at the number of passes. We're trying to avoid the cycles and memos. We iterate until the group has been fully optimized. Okay, let's read this loop. This seems like an important loop to understand. So we start off setting fully optimized to true. I'm a little chilly. I'm a bit chilly. Cozy is key, man. You gotta be cozy. If you're programming, you can't be too cold. Okay. So we're going to assume we're fully optimized. We're going to say for every expression in a group, if it's fully optimized, we're done. Won't get better. Otherwise, we're going to recurse. No, this is not a recursive call yet. Optimized group member is something else. It's sort of like a dual recursion, right? It goes into optimize expr, computes the cost, and it ratchets cost. So this is kind of a key thing for me to understand here, is because it's actually using the coster to make sure that it is So what does ratchet cost do? Ratchet cost says it computes the cost of the candidate expression and checks whether it's lower than the cost of the existing best. If so, then it's the new lowest cost expression. So it caches the new expression if it's cheaper, and then it leaves. So I think this is going to be a key thing for us to edit as well, because we need to be not just running optimized group member, we need to actually just be kind of giving back a full tree at every possible point, if we can provide the physical properties. So it's going to be tough. Am I Peruvian? No, I'm 0% Peruvian. I am, yeah, that's all there is to it. Why, are you Peruvian, Coder? It would be cool. I wish I had some Peruvian in me, but I don't. It's also, speaking of cozy, it's time for some mood lighting. That's better. That's a bit better, isn't it? So, optimize group member. We're going to need to edit this. If it's been optimized. So this can sometimes return false? Why would that be? I look a lot like a particular Peruvian streamer. What's the name of the streamer? I'm curious what they look like. I'll judge for myself whether I look like this Peruvian streamer or not. Enforce props. Yeah, I don't understand how this works really. So let's say this thing does return false. Like what happens at that point? Grims. Grims. Okay, let's take a look at Grims. Let's see. Let's see. How would I be this exact same? I love it. Well, me and Grims, yeah, maybe I can rise to fame because of this guy. He seems pretty popular. That'd be sick though. Imagine if this was like the alter ego of Grims, just like chilling, you know, on a programming stream, that would be really awesome. That'd be sweet. That would be sweet. Very, very sweet. Okay, what am I doing? I'm looking over here. So if it's not optimized, yeah, what do we do at that point? That's what I don't really understand. If it's not optimized, optimize the group member with respect to the required properties. If member optimized, state.mark member is fully optimized. Fully optimized is now equal to false. And then we leave. And if we ever got to fully optimized equals to false, then we continue in a loop. Very interesting. That is very, very interesting. And it kind of makes me wonder whether we need to worry about this in general. Like, is there a chance that this would remain false for a very long time and then we would never finish? It doesn't really seem like there's a way out here. So that's kind of something that's concerning to me a little bit, but it's a separate problem. So maybe it's not a big deal, but I'm just going to kind of mark that down in my little head. I can think about it later. Okay, anyway, so we're going to keep iterating until the group has been fully optimized. Then once we're done, we leave. And then once we're done with this, I think that means we're basically done with everything, right? Wasn't that the thing we're calling optimized group? So the question that I have is, where does it recurse back into optimized group, right? If we go to optimized group member, which we were looking at, that's doing the ratchet cost. That's calling optimize expr. But where, so optimize expr is the one that recurses back into optimized group. So that's very interesting. Quite interesting indeed. So there would need to be an entire other recursive chain that provides this alternate mode, which is a little bit, don't know if I feel great about that. There's also this OPTSTEPS mode. I wanted to also look at that. So there's something called OPTSTEPS, which they've done. It's a similar kind of work, but a little different. Implements the stepping algorithm used by the opt tester OPTSTEPS. Works as follows. The first time OPTSTEPS next is called, it returns a starting expression tree with no transformations. Right. So the difference between this is that it's not about all of the possibilities. It's that it's actually just the steps of normalization, which is an earlier phase in the optimizer. So I don't know, but they do something for exploration rules as well. OPTSTEPS hooks the optimizer's applied rule event and records the expression that the last transformation has affected. It then reruns the optimizer, but this time using a special coster implementation that fools the optimizer into thinking that the new expression is at the lowest cost. The coster does this by assigning an infinite cost to all other expressions in the same group, as well as all ancestor groups. So it's very interesting. The other thing that I've always wondered about OPTSTEPS is how come we can't do OPTSTEPS on the fly? We can only do this inside of this little tester machine. I don't know why that is. I wonder if I could construct an opt tester. There's probably like a cycle. It's probably the issue. We would have to pull this out into its own separate package somehow. Could be difficult. Yeah. Well, maybe it's possible. Actually, I'm gonna take a look at this. Do I want to try this? I want to try this. Okay, so here's the goal. It's a side goal, but it's an interesting goal anyway. I want to make it so that when I run, so in Cockroach, you can literally run, okay, we'll make a table, right? We've got all these explain variants. Explain select star from a limit 2, right? What this does is it gives us an explain, but you know what would be really cool is if I could say explain opt steps. We've got all of these different variants like explain verbose or explain dysql, right? But how come we can't have a explain opt steps that gives us all of the steps that the optimizer takes in order to optimize a thing? That would be sick. And I want to do it as a side goal. And I think it's going to help me understand this whole thing. So I think it's going to be a reasonably good goal for us to do. So first I want to search for this unsupported explain option. Unsupported explain option. Where does this happen? All right, so there's a little thing in here. I'm gonna make a new one. Explain flag opt steps. Opt steps. All right. I'm gonna make flags over here. If it's an explain opt steps, we're gonna say f dot opt steps is equal to true. I'm gonna make a new field over here for that. Opt steps indicates that the explain should print out all of the steps that the optimizer took to create the plan for testing or debugging. Okay. Okay, so when we actually go to do this stuff, that's the next question. When we, yeah, maybe this is a better example. If the memo option showed the memo, I didn't even know we had that. That's actually kind of cool. What does this do? Explain memo? Doesn't really seem to do anything. What does this memo do? Oh, explain opt, comma memo? Wow, okay, so this is like a more even complicated view of the opt tree that it includes. This is useful. It shows all the different alternative plans, and now this is actually kind of good for us to understand, right? Because the goal of this was that the way that the memo works is that each of the expression groups in the memo is an equivalent, it contains equivalent subplans, basically. And so you should be able to create a plan by using combinations of the variants in each of the groups, and each of those resultant plans should be equivalent to the original plan. And as a result, my tester really ideally wants to be able to iterate through all of the possible plans and run them all and make sure everything's equivalent afterwards, right? So that's what this memo thing is about. But I still want this opt steps. I feel like that would be cool. So I'm going to try to get that going. The question is, we really just have to figure out how to, like, yeah, run this thing, basically. Where do we actually, yeah, where do we do this? Build explain, construct explain. There's probably like a explain plan. Is that where this thing lives? Yeah, so here are the different options. If it's just, we do this. Otherwise, we do this. Well, I feel like we still need to be searching for. Okay, wait a minute. There's yet another. What the heck is this thing? Hold on. What did I edit? I thought I added an option to this guy, but it's actually. Oh, this is an opt. This is a flags are modified for explain plan, but there's another set of flags. Okay, I guess this is like more complicated than I expected. Anyway, I think this is actually the one that we want to be modifying in any case. So we're gonna redo this. Explain opt steps shows the OPTSTEPS output for the plan. How about that? Okay. Maybe we'll need the other one too, but I don't think so. Okay. So then, So then, yeah. So maybe it should be a flag. Okay, so inside of this explain opt thing, I think this is probably where we should be actually doing the work of making this opt tester machine and like actually like going for everything, start to finish. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing it as a flag, I guess. Show catalog objects. Format the plan here and pass it through the exact factory. Show the memo. Okay, so is there a way that we can construct an opt tester here? How do we construct an opt tester normally? New opt steps. This is what I want to be doing. Where do we get to do this normally? We pass in this opt tester. But how do we get this opt tester in the first place is my question. How do we like generate one of these things? Where do we make one of these guys? New. Okay, so there's just a big... Construct a new instance of the opt tester for the given SQL statement. Okay, wow, interesting. So it actually... might work? Maybe we just basically say like... So OT is equal to opttester.new. We're going to pass in our catalog, which is b.optimizer. How do I get the catalog out? How do I feel about inverting indexing in a blob? Inverted indexing in a blob as a database? So, say a little more. Inverted indexes are great. We love inverted indexes. Need this opt catalog guy. How do we get it? Oh, it's literally sitting right here. Okay, so we pass in our catalog, we pass in our SQL. And let's just go ahead and pass in explain dot. I wonder if I can even get the original statement at this point. Or not really. What happened to my music? Too quiet. How do I get my original statement here? Plan text.string? No, that's not right. How do I get my
Computers
original
hooked into over
statement
1,000
here?
data banks throughout the world.
Another thing I don't quite get is like, what do we do with this SQL string? Do we end up just... parses the input directly into expression. Like, it kind of seems like what we should just be doing is injecting the memo, right? Because we already have the memo. Where each entry is size limited by bytes and has a queryable unique string following that, then the entry data after that. I don't quite understand like what you're trying to do with that. It seems interesting, but I'm not seeing the big picture. Okay, I don't know. I'm confused. I think... I think it's interesting. I think to be honest, you'd probably have a hard time making that actually faster than a normal database. That'd be my guess, but I don't really know. And also, like, security can be had better in a database using encryption. And most databases support some form of on-disk encryption or encryption at rest. So I guess I'm a little skeptical, but it seems interesting. I don't know. I think it would be probably fun to play around with. Like, we were actually just talking about something called Amazon Athena, I think it was called, which is sort of like a little database on top of S3, Amazon Athena, which is kind of like a big ol' SQL engine on top of a blob, sort of similar to what you're talking about, maybe. But I don't know. So if you call OPTSTEPS, we do this over here. But what's like the initialization that we have to do? Is there any initialization? Run command. optester.new. And then it just does run command. And then it says, set some session data, set some flags. But if we it seems like you can just jump directly to OPTSTEPS. So it says builder.reset. Morgan! What's up, Morgan? Thank you so much for the congratulations. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing super great. I hope your company's doing good as well. I've been enjoying watching some of the, sort of, sly, what do you call it? When you're like teasing a product, that's what you're doing. You're doing a good job of like teasing. You're like, check this out. I'm not going to tell you too much about it, but I've got this pretty hot thing coming down the pipe. Just you wait. And I think you're getting some skills at that, is what I'll say. You guys should all follow Morgan on Twitter, by the way. He's doing some good stuff over there. So looking forward to seeing, whatever you make up next, for sure. You can encrypt it if you want beyond the core functionality of it. Yeah, I think so. I think it's interesting. I still have to admit that I don't totally get it. But here's what you should do. You should write a blog post about this thing. And then maybe I can understand a bit better. I think it's just maybe a bit hard to grasp your idea here just in a few sentences. That's kind of what I'm guessing is going on, at least for me. I don't quite see why you would do this, basically, over just having an ordinary database. Minimize processing time. That part I'm skeptical about. Minimize overhead, I'm skeptical about. Security through obscurity, I could see that, right? You're making up this sort of new format that like only you understand. So yes, that would definitely be some security through obscurity. Reduce database size though, I don't know, like you can compress it in other ways. So I'm a little skeptical, but I'm happy to be proven wrong for sure. For sure. But really, we just like reset this guy, you know. This is like a string builder, and we call it new OPTSTEPS. It doesn't do anything. Then we say OPTSTEP.next. And so the question is, who is the one who's turning that SQL string into like an actual guy, you know? Like that's what I'm kind of missing. Don't understand where that's happening. Like where do we parse the SQL? It seems like there's something that I'm really missing. For sure. Forcing optimizer.optimize. Like, where do we... What am I missing? What am I missing? Definitely missing something. But what is it? Like... So confused right now, honestly. Okay, maybe what it is that when people are... Take a look at who's using this OPTSTEPS guy in the whole project. Like this one, norm combo. This is living in the norm package, which means that presumably it's this like factory test maybe? Test data? Oh my gosh, I'm really struggling here. Okay, RG, test data, package, SQL, opt, norm. I can't believe that nobody would be... There is a test file in test data that contains tests for each... Okay, how does this thing work? Test data. Each normalization rule. Uh-huh. But who's using this stupid thing? Okay, what if I search for data-driven? Norm test. Okay, maybe it's norm test. Norm test. Okay, so here's our data-driven. And we literally just run... Why am I so confused? This is a string. We call optester.new. We pass in the SQL string. And then where do we do anything with this SQL string, dude? I'm lost. I'm fully 100,000% lost. And then we just run. Okay, wait. What if, in order to make it work, what's actually going on is that we're doing it like the test files do it. And that would kind of explain some things, right? So what if we search again for OPTSTEPS? And we go over here to our norm test, right? Here's our OPTSTEPS. Maybe what we have to actually do is like OPTSTEPS. No, literally we don't, dude. Why? Okay, so that what that means though is that for sure somewhere inside of this function called OPTSTEPS, we're actually for realsies doing everything that we need to do, which means that I should just be able to use this thing and not have to worry. New forcing optimizer. It takes a tester. We init the tester. We do a bunch of stuff. We set the coster. We make a notify a mesh rule. We make a notify an applied rule. We make a notify a new group. We disable check expr. We click build expr. Aha! Okay, so build expr is the guy. Build expr is the guy. And I think that there's probably no good way around doing this, unfortunately. Make a new opt builder. This gives us back. Something. What does it give us back? It edits our memo. Honestly, it feels like what we should be able to do is like inject this memo thing somehow. But you know, it's gonna just be too much of a pain in the ass. I should just literally get SQL statement and stop being such a lazy bum about it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're coming back. We're coming back to where we were just messing around with things, which is where again? Statement.go, I guess. And we're just gonna pass in the statement. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, we don't have it. I guess we could just like reformat the stupid thing, right? Is there? Now that's the thing. I think that there's just never a good way to actually do that. So we're sort of like screwed. I think like we're just not passing down the original SQL string deep enough into this thing, and that's our problem. Which is honestly a major bummer. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. I feel like in many cases we actually do have it sitting around somewhere. I just don't remember where. It's just so sad. Deeply sad for me. Deeply, deeply sad for me. Like, for example, if we go to the top level explain guy, right, where we're doing the explain disSQL thing, like that guy definitely 1,000,000% has the information because can I prove it? Because it's got this guy, params.p.statement.string. It's got this little buddy over here. But by the time this buddy gets thrown away, this bunny is buddy is thrown away altogether. That's making me deeply, deeply, deeply upset. It's making me deeply upset. What can I even do about it? Who calls this? Who calls this? This thing is called by this. And this, it's already far too late at this point, I feel like. Unless this guy has it. reference back to what we need, is it? No, I don't think it does. Well, what am I supposed to do about this? What exactly am I supposed to be doing about this? Okay. Actually, I have an idea. It's kind of a hack, but I think it'll work. That's if you ever hear somebody saying it's kind of a hack, but I think it should work, that's like a red flag. That's a red flag. I feel like that would be a good tweet. I haven't yet tweeted something with the like red flag meme. I'm gonna tweet it right now. I feel like it's a pretty good tweet. We'll see if anybody likes it. It's kind of a hack, but it should work. What do you got? How do you guys feel about that phrase? It's kind of a hack, but it should work. I feel like it's pretty good. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're coming back over here. We're going over here. We're going over here. We're going over here. Going over here. Okay, then we're going to finally get to do our explain op steps. We're just going to do it at a different level, all right? It's not ideal, but, you know, I think we're going to live. I think we're basically going to live. At this point, we're going to make our op tester. Op tester dot new. Except, do we have something? Do we have a catalog? Where do we get that thing? We're screwed if we do, and we're screwed if we don't. Right? I like don't remember how to do anything anymore, is how I feel about it right now. Who populates this thing? That's my question. This guy gets populated by this, and this guy gets populated by this. This guy gets populated by plantop.catalog. Okay, maybe I have it. Maybe I have it over here. Params. .p dot op planning context dot catalog. Maybe if we're lucky, this will maybe work. If we're lucky, this will maybe work. Then we pass in our this is honestly so dumb. Params dot p dot statement dot string. Okay. Magic. So we got to pass this in as a pointer. Okay. Wow, we did it. It was one line of code, but it was a hard line of code to come up with. So then we're going to run ot.opsteps. Error is not equal to nil. Return error. Otherwise, we're going to say we're basically going to just say rows is equal to string s. Or should we say we'll split it on new line. So strings dot split s new line, like so. And then hope. Cross our fingers and hope, maybe? How about that as a concept? Let's actually just comment this baby out. So in case we need to come back to it, we can. All right. Let's do it up. We're doing it up. We're going to see what happens. Missing return at end of function. Well, that's no good. That is definitely no good. Oh yeah, this is some bullshit. We can just ignore this, because nobody's going to be using it. Let's try that one more time. All right, let's hit it up. Let's hit it up. What's going to happen? Are we going to crash and burn? Or are we going to be thrown into a, you know, just a feeling of deep satisfaction and happiness? Explain. Opt steps. Select star from A. Explain what opt steps not supported. Okay, that's fine. You know, that's just an inevitable phase of the journey. It's just an inevitable phase of the journey, so don't worry so much about that. Explain mode, blah, not supported. Explain opt steps. I'm not going to do much. Just going to move on. Just going to move on. Let's try it again. Who's into Wordle? Anybody into Wordle? There's been some like insane Wordle variants these days. Just like out of control Wordle variants. Pretty fun. Pretty fun stuff, honestly. They got ones where you solve like 8 Wordles at the same time. I feel like that one's pretty cool. Oh my god, it actually worked. Okay, that was not even that complicated. People were like, you can't do opt steps. You can't do opt steps because it requires the opt tester. And I think that we've just proven them wrong, which is exciting. So let's just actually go ahead and clean this up a little bit and make it its own commit, because I feel like it's a pretty useful darn thing to have, frankly. I guess the only worry would be, like, let's say the opt tester pulled in all sorts of weird dependencies. I just don't think it does. Just don't think it does, you know. Test utils, yes, it's in test utils, but how bad is that really? Passwordle, where you type in a password and it outputs the SHA-1 hashes. I saw that one. That's pretty fun. That's like a little unfair. That one's a little bit like, okay. The mantle. Guess the secret word. Each guess must be a word of any length or short phrase. The game will tell you how semantically similar it thinks your word is to the secret word. Oh, yeah, this is a very Morgan choice here, as it's got this word to vec stuff, and we're all about word to vec. Okay, wait. It will tell you how semantically similar it thinks your word is to the secret word. It's not about the spelling, it's about the meaning. The highest possible similarity is 100. The getting close indicator tells you how close you are. If your word is one of the 1,000 nearest normal words to the target word, it will be given. What? The rank will be given. If it's not, you're cold. All right. 100 guesses. All right, we're gonna start. When I was in school in engineer, we're gonna start with engineer. From CockroachDB gave a presentation in our database class. We got a free CockroachDB shirt. Big fan of the shirt. That is awesome. I love that. I love that for you. So it's not very similar. So the nearest word is a similarity of 74. The 10th nearest is a 45. And the 1000th nearest is a similarity of 20. Okay, so engineer is not at all close. So it's not a person. Let's go for an object like a fan. So a fan is way worse than an engineer. I'm a little worried about this. What about Twitter? Twitter is horrible. What's something that's like completely different from all of these things? How about like a concept like time? Time is a little bit better. It's not like time. It's not like Twitter. It's not like engineer or fan. Okay, it's gonna be like, let's go with like an animal, like a cobra. It's worse than time. Universe is horrific. This is bad. I'm already annoyed. I'm already annoyed, but I want to get there, man. Okay, wait. Can we talk about how clock and time have very different similarity indexes? Okay, wait. Before I continue any further, because it seems like maybe I shouldn't. How good would you say the similarity index is? Like, is it a janky metric? Or is it like an okay metric? You know what I mean? Like, if I put... it feels like the similarity metric is like a little bit janky. Temporal. Like... legal is good. So you gave me a big hint. Morgan just gave me like a mega hint, but I love it. What about a pellet? A pellet. A pellet. Appeal. Appeal is closer than law, but less close than lawyer. What about a jury? Or a gavel? Or a judge? Judge is so close. What about a justice? A ruling. A rule? No. What about a word to vec? Treat all input as lowercase. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take that. It seems like to the same thing. What about like a case book? No. What's up, Lacoste? We're playing a janky Wordle variation where you have to guess things based on the similarity that I've been nerd sniped into trying. The closest word that we have so far is lawyer. The chat, you should feel free to guess, except for Morgan, probably. Now I'm a Semantle streamer. Change category to Semantle. What about like a defendant? Okay, what about a prosecutor? A judge is still better than prosecutor. Judge is still the closest that I've got. And justice, what about judge and justice being really far apart though? You know, that makes no sense. Somebody explain that one to me. The hints are just based on this shit. Court. What about the like, what's the name of the thing that you sit on as a judge? Like a, what the heck is that thing? The bench. Approach the bench. Objection. Dude, this is so janky. The bailiff. The bailiff. That's so good. You've got 989? Is this a competition? All right, what about what about the court scribe? The what's that guy called? The guy who does the stuff, you know. Typing. away. Typing away. The court typist. What the heck is that thing called, dude? Yeah, the stenographer. Thank you. No. We did jury. Jury's only 30.
The computer's hooked into
One
over
of the
1,000
1,000
databanks
nearest
throughout
normal
the
words.
world.
Well, we're only 30 words away. Criminal, that's not going to be good. We're not going to even, that's not going to be good. It was close-ish, but judge is still the best. Judgment. Judgment. We did ruling, right? We did judgment. What about the judicial? No. We tried defendant. It's over here. It was close. What about the accuser? The accused. Petition. What about the legal? No. It's definitely like, feels like sort of a courtroom thing. What about the courtroom? It's close too. The result of the judgment is it's like what about the sentence? Oh! Sentence. Sentence is crushing it, dude. 993. What about the sentencing? Oh! Sentencing is even close. Conviction? Conviction's close too. The sentencing. The sentence is sentencing. What about the, let's see. What else can you do when you are sentenced? This is also like kind of dark, dude. Like we're talking about the legal system. Not exactly the happiest place to be in. But that's okay. Conviction. 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 What about convicted? Convicted. 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 Imprisoned, I feel like it's going to get us further away. I feel like there's also no guarantee that the word isn't some kind of like insane, weird word that I don't even know. You know, sentenced. Someone got it in the chat, dude? Why did I not try? What did I not try? I'm panicking. This would actually be sick, dude. What about Twitch plays Semantle? Bro. What about literally, yeah, guesses in chat. Execution. Somebody didn't do that. Dude, Twitch plays Semantle would be so sick. I want that. Prison? Jailing? Imprisoned? Imprisoning. What did I miss, dude? Plea? Oh my god. It was plea. Who won that? Go David. Go David. Wow. Well, that was extremely exciting. I would say that was exciting, and go David, you deserve a treat. You deserve a treat. And I'm trying to gift you a sub, but it's not working. So I can't do that, I guess. Wow. Good times, man. Good times. Quordle I have tried. Quordle was pretty fun. They also have something called Polywordle now. Polywordle. Or Polydle? Polydle. So Polydle is basically you can have 100 simultaneous wordles, I guess. Which is a little bit doofy, but I think it's pretty funny as a concept. Or you can just do like 8. How about just 8 wordles? What's a good starting word for polydol? Okay, let's refresh this guy. We're gonna do it. How about once? That's not a. That's only 4 letters. What about nonce? Is nonce a? Oh my god. I actually don't really want to play this, but this seems pretty good. Dirter. Global. Every day there is a new mystery country. Oh my god, I'm not doing this, dude. There's no chance that I'm doing this because I'm bad at stuff like this, but it does seem really fun. So basically we're searching for the closest country. So then we can go like way over to the other side of the globe and we're going to put the United States. The United States is closer. And then we're going to put Colombia. Colombia is still closer. Then we're going to put Argentina. Colombia is still closer. Problem is I don't really know any countries in South America, so I might be kind of screwed. What about Panama? Colombia is still closer. Brazil. Colombia is still closer. Oh my gosh, so it's got to be like, who knows what this country is? What the heck is this country right here? Venezuela. Suela. With a Z? I'd be screwed with that chat, dude. What is this? Chile? No. What the heck is this country? Chile was wrong. It's got to be this baby. This is Peru, we think? Oh my god, dude. It's literally this little baby. Is this Ecuador? I don't even know what country this is. Hey, great job. UCNES, you're the winner. I think that this is a good trend for the internet, honestly. The internet needed something like this, right? Yeah, I definitely would have failed that without chat. So you guys rock. I think that Semantle, I literally think that Twitch plays Semantle would be like the best thing of all time. And maybe we'll do it at some point. UUID Wordle. I did a good one that was next Friday stream programming Twitch plays Semantle. That would be pretty fun. I did this one. So square word. Oops, this is a spoiler, I guess, but it doesn't matter. Square word is pretty fun. So square word, it's like you get a 5x5 grid of wordles and you have to guess stuff until the whole thing is filled with words in both directions. It's like a crossword wordle. I thought it was pretty cool. Of course, yeah, I spoiled him, so apologies for everybody who wanted to actually try that, but that's okay. I think Semantle is still kind of the winner. This thing is sick, dude. I hate it, but it's also sweet. I don't know how you originally got into the legal world, though. That seems difficult. It seems like finding the place to search inside of Semantle seems really, really hard. Anyway. You know what would be a good stream subject? Imagine a speed run of all known Wordle games. You get like there's like basically 20 Wordle games and you just have to speed run all of them. And you've got like the split timer and everything and you do it on a particular day. That would be actually so sick. It's like the Wordle Olympics. Speedle. So that was only 20 minutes. That was only 20 minutes. Just make a decent word list. That was 20 minutes of fun. So shout out again to Morgan for turning us on to the old Semantle. That was really quite cool. So let's quickly make a quick commit out of this OPTSTEPS thing, right, guys? What about optal? Some kind of like database Wordle thing. That'd be so dumb. Guess the query plan. Guess the optimal query plan. Okay, so here's what it is. It's like you get a query and you're not given the schema. And you're not given the histograms, and you have to guess the optimal query plan for the schema. I mean, for the query. That'd be so stupid. That would be deeply stupid. All right. SQL murder mystery? I have not. What is that? That does sound quite fun. So we're going to add this. We're going to add this. We're going to add this. We're going to not add this. We're not going to add this. We're not going to add this. We will add this. We won't add this. We won't add this. We will add this. We will add this. Okay. Git commit. SQL add explain OPTSTEPS. This commit adds hooks up the opt tester OPTSTEPS variant to explain, allowing convenient exploration of how the optimizer went about creating a query plan for a given statement. Any insightful thoughts on event sourcing? My insightful thoughts are that I think the core idea of event sourcing is item potency. And you definitely want to be designing complicated microservice systems around item potent commands. So I think that event sourcing is like a good thing, but you have to be aware because it does get really it'll make your architecture really complicated. I would say if you already have a complicated architecture, it might be like a good useful thing for you. And if you don't, then I would say that it's a lot of work. You're given a SQLite and you have to craft some queries to figure out who committed the murder. That's cute. Can you find out who done it? I like that. I think I might have done this one time. It's very cute. Maybe it would teach me how to use window functions for once. Okay, release note, SQL change, add the testing command explain OPTSTEPS, which outputs debugging information about how a plan was generated. Okay. Okay, so this hasn't, I mean, to be fair, this hasn't actually gotten us any further on our more exciting goal, which was to be able to output many possible plans for a given query. But I was excited about this anyway. The point is, okay. It's actually relevant though, because check this out. Let's make a more interesting situation here. And then let's like okay, so this is cool. So this is what, look at this, you guys. Isn't this exciting? I think this is really quite exciting. Like, check this. This is the simple explain plan for this query that is doing a little group by, and it's using an index, and it's using a full scan and a group by. Let's maybe add a little filter too, where b is greater than 10. No. I guess I need to be having sum of b greater than 10 or something. Is this how this works? Yeah, okay. So this is the explain plan for this thing, right? First we do a scan, then we do a streaming group by, and there's an ordered thing, and then there's a filter on top, right? But how does the optimizer come up with this? Well, that's where explain opt steps is the magical solution and cure for explaining it. The explain memo is kind of cool too, except you need to put opt on it for some reason. This is showing you all the different groups, the memo groups that it's using to try to find one with the cheapest cost. And interestingly, they all have the same cost, which I didn't quite realize that would be a thing. You know, look at this. They same cost, same cost, same cost. It's kind of odd. Anyway, but how does the optimizer come up with all of this crazy stuff? Well, OPTSTEPS can tell you. And OPTSTEPS is this really crazy and cool thing that basically starts with an initial unoptimized expression. And then it shows you for every rule that's applied. So the way that the optimizer works is that it's got all these rules, and it has different criteria for applying the rules. And the rules can be normalization rules or exploration rules. And normalization rules always get applied, and exploration rules sometimes get applied depending on the cost of them. But check this out. So the first thing that we do is we run prune scan calls, and it actually shows you a diff of what it actually does, which is really quite amazing, isn't it? So by default, the scan, it's actually needing to look at every column, I guess is the idea here. It's needing to look at A.A and A.B and A.C, and then all this internal stuff as well. And then as soon as we run prune scan calls, we delete a bunch of these unnecessary columns, and we just have back the ones that we need, which is B and C. So it's like, that explains that. The cost got cheaper. The prune changed, right? And like, look at the cost propagates all the way back up. Everything used to be cost 26. And now it's getting a little bit cheaper because we have fewer columns to scan over. Isn't that so cool? I feel like that's really cool. So the next thing that we do is that we run the eliminate project rule, which I guess, what does this thing do? This, well, as you can see, the initial expression, it had a scan, and then on top of the scan, it had a projection. But we don't need that anymore because now the projection is the same thing as the scan, right? Because we just pruned the scan columns. And so then what this does is it just entirely deletes that whole group from the memo so that we're just running a scan. Isn't that cool? I like that's cool. And then what is this? Generate index scans higher cost. Don't know what this higher cost means, but generate index scans is a thing that allows us to realize that we can be scanning a cheaper index. It doesn't really explain why this is happening, but it makes sense that we would be doing this because the index is smaller, I guess, right? And we can do the streaming group by. And then it figures out, hey, I don't have to be doing a hash group by. I can actually be doing a streaming group by, which is much more efficient. A hash group by, you have to build this giant hash table of all the different of all the different data groups, basically, and keep kind of all of this crap in memory, and it's very expensive, right? Because you have to basically store all of the group keys in memory in a hash table, along with the values that you're accumulating. But a streaming group by is much more powerful and efficient, and the way that it works is that you know for a fact But when you're done with a particular group, you're never going to see elements with that same group key ever again. So you can just immediately emit the accumulated value that you got for that group key, which is sweet, because then it just means that you're basically two things. One, you're just accumulating one group at a time, so no hash table necessary. And two, you can actually just emit and be finished with that entire group when you're done with it. You're like, boom, streaming, right? No buffering, no nonsense. It's very efficient, right? So you love the streaming group by, and we can do this because we have an ordering. And the ordering is available because we're using this index, I think. I think that's the way it's working, right? Because we've got we notice that we've got this ordering, right, on the third column, and the interesting ordering is 3, 2, and that, I guess, somehow makes everything realize that we can be using a group by streaming. So it's like, this is useful. It doesn't exactly explain how all this stuff is working out, right? It's like, I just know this because I know what these things are, but like, this is such a powerful and cool tool. One thing that's very suspicious though, is that like, why isn't the cost a lot lower? It feels to me like the cost should be way lower, because the streaming group by is just so much cheaper than a hash group by. I guess maybe as long as it's a little bit lower, maybe that's fine. I'm not sure. Yo, thank you. Rohan, it's good to see you. Thank you very much. Muchly. How are you doing? You doing good? Long time no chat.
Too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
You got any hot papers coming out? Any exciting papes? Keep our eyes peeled on the archive. Man, meetings on Fridays, that's so brutal, dude. Fridays should never have meetings. That's like the one day. I think that's one thing that, you know, CRL got right. The meetingless Friday is it's like a key tenet of maintaining happiness, I feel like. Definitely something that I like. Decisions are coming back for one I worked on last year next week. Oh, dang. Well, good luck. Fingers crossed. Hope you get it. No work on Friday, even better. That is true. That is true. And then I guess at the end of this, we're done. Final best expression. And so I guess the thing about OPTSTEPS that is neat, though, is that like each of these stages, we should be able to run these stages as plans. And that's kind of like what I'm hoping for. How much did I spend on the keyboard, says Godless Monkey? I think it was like basically in total of probably like $350 or $400 maybe, because the keyboard itself was a certain cost, like a couple $100, and then I had this keycaps that I got separately. But I got it all used, you know, I got it all on Reddit mechanical keyboard marketplace or whatever. And you can get some deals if you try to get them. Get some deals. Actually, wait a minute. No, I don't think I actually even did that. I used to have one that I got from there, but this keyboard base I actually ordered from the people who make the Iris keyboard. You can actually buy it. Let's see. Pre-built keyboards. Iris keyboard pre-built. So it really wasn't that expensive, honestly. I think I did this guy. Per key RGB, oh my god. It's gotten more advanced. I think I did like this thing and like, I don't know, one of these. Anyway, like you can see, it's like $200. I don't know. It was like, yeah. Is that a lot? It's probably kind of a lot for a keyboard. But, you know, you use the thing every day, so maybe it's worth spending. I don't know. The Moonlander, people like that Moonlander. You need a credit card to buy on the site. Is it QWERTY? It's basically QWERTY, yeah. Basically QWERTY. So you could conceivably say, we're going to output every plan during this op tester guy, and we're going to run the whole thing. and we're going to make sure that the results are the same. That's the idea. I thought I wanted a Moonlander, but it has fewer thumb keys than the normal ergodox, and I don't know if I could get used to it. Lander thumb cluster. So it's got 4 thumb keys, basically. 4 thumb keys. No, but it's also got, like... What the heck? So it's got, like, this row. And then it has 4 keys over here. And then it's got 4 keys over here. That's kind of a lot, dude. I think you'd be fine. I feel like my little keyboard has not so many, and it's very much fine. So I feel like you could get used to it. You could get used to it for sure, Z's. You're spoiled. The ergodox. Ergodox. Yeah, this thing has hella thumb keys, dude. This thing has... Oh my god, it's got like so many thumb keys. I can't even count these. There's like a ton of thumb keys, dude. I don't even know. I don't even know. It has various corner cases that causes crashes. We should also want to avoid linking testing into our main binary. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Is there even... do we actually import the testing package into this thing? I feel like no, right? Testing? Oh, we do. Okay, that's like very janky. Yeah. All right. That is a fair point. Yes. This is a good point. I didn't think of it. I think it's very possible to separate these things. I'll work on making it happen. I don't know, is it worth it though? I agree it should be marked as experimental. Maybe it can be activated with the session setting, but shouldn't the crashes be caught and turned into an assertion error? What's up, Nix? Advanced name Nix. That's what I can call you, because your name is very advanced looking. So let's, yeah, why don't we go ahead and just like mess around with this a little bit. It seems like probably that other thing, I don't know if I'm really going to make progress. And this is going to be a prerequisite of doing that anyway, sort of. So let's make it happen. Let us make it happen. I think basically what we want to do is make a little new package. Maybe we can put it up here. We'll call it OPTSTEPS. And I think we're going to basically move this whole guy into the OPTSTEPS package. Although, will this be very painful? Okay. So let's just see what happens when we just move this whole file. I guess we can try to use these little like move machines. So first let's just rename this to be a capital OPTSTEPS. And we're gonna go ahead and maybe change this one as well, new OPTSTEPS. And the main thing is that we're gonna have to refactor this part, you know, which might be a little painful because what does this new forcing optimizer need from the tester? It needs a eval context, a catalog, and the build expert itself. And build expert, but there's really nothing yet test-y in here. So I think we're good. I think we're gonna be fine. Gonna be just fine. So we can need to probably just move this. Well, should we make this guy? Should Explore Trace also go into this OPTSTEPS package? Maybe. I don't see a good reason why we wouldn't. Let's just make this, well. Bum 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 bum. What do you guys think of Super Mario Sunshine, by the way? Great game. Absolute classic game. We're gonna move all of this stuff. Just wanna move it all. Move to directory, package, SQL, OPTSTEPS. To file, OPTSTEPS. Do 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 do. Should I just move it by hand rather than trying to do this like big refactor business? Maybe. Let's try that. Let's try that first before we go crazy doing complicated stuff. Okay, so we have a new file. We're just gonna copy all of this. And we're gonna put it over here. And we're gonna make it called OPTSTEPS. So we don't need this opt tester, right? That's what we discovered. It's not necessary. We'll just delete this. It's forcing optimizer we're gonna want to refactor as well. I think this is the one, we can also pull this all the way into OPTSTEPS, I think. So new Go file, forcing opt. Just gonna copy it all over here. There's a couple of problematic bits.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
A couple of problematic bits, but nothing too terrible, honestly. So we'll go ahead and start by at least just passing in these things as... should I just make a little struct that has all these things? Maybe that'd be good. Yeah, I'll just pass them in individually. So first we got a eval context. We got a catalog, cat.catalog. And we have a, now what is inside this flags guy? Flags, is it flags? Ooh, and that's an opt tester flags. Ooh, that's kind of a pain in the butt. Oof, it's definitely a pain in the butt. We'll have to refactor this as well. How badly do we need this thing? Because it's a bit painful. No, it actually seems like we could just be passing the disable rules, which is not so bad. It's a rule set, but that's also part of the opt tester. Should we give up? I am feeling a little like it might be time to give up. Just because it's been 4 hours. I'm feeling like maybe I'm kind of getting a bit tired. But this is an exciting journey. Maybe we can resume it next time. I think this is a good mission for us. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna draftify this thing. Boom, draft. I do like the draft feature on GitHub. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up now. I'm getting a bit sleepy, but yeah, it was good hanging out, guys. Good hanging out. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid. See if anybody's on Twitch who we want to raid today. We got all sorts of nice people on the internet we could be raiding. But who's the best one, you know? I feel like this guy gave me a follow. He's, you know, I mean, it's one of these like big boy raid kind of situations, but we're gonna do it anyway. He gave me a follow earlier, so I feel like it'd be nice to raid him, make that connection. This is how we build community on Twitch. We send each other raids and give each other follows. It's kind of how I feel about it. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm sure you know this guy, right? We all know this guy. We all know this guy. He's a classic. He's a homie. I'm gonna give him a raid. But yeah, you know, thanks everybody for all the support, the chats. Thanks Morgan for the Semantle recommendation. That was really fun. Yeah. See you guys next time. Join the Discord. All right. Look, we got a Discord. We're chatting about databases. You can ask all your difficult database questions in this Discord. So join it. Hang out. You know, be there. Be there. Be there or be square. That's all I've got for you. So I hope you have a good weekend. Hope you enjoy. And I'll see you next Friday. All right. Bye-bye.